Chapter 17. Curses and Coincidences. The world we live in may seem to be a rag bag of odd, fortuitously assembled bits and pieces, but magicians believe that it is really a whole, like a design or a machine, and that all its parts are necessarily connected together in a certain way. Human beings are wholes of this kind. Just as all the facets of a man's character and behavior are aspects of a single personality, so all the phenomena of the universe are aspects of some one thing which underlies and connects them. This one thing is a being, a force, a substance, a principle, or something which it is not possible to describe in words at all. Anton LaVey embodies an uncompromising sense of justice. Speculation concerning his powers to curse people weaves relentlessly around him. When asked directly about the rumors, Anton rather cryptically maintains that all magic involves a necessary balance factor. The universe insists on that balance, states LaVey, and will enforce or exact the necessary price. Perhaps I'm a catalyst for that process. Below is a sampling of coincidences gleaned in conversation with LaVey, the few incidents he's willing to talk about. The Satan-hunting media, looking everywhere for grand conspiracies, tend to overlook these more obvious connections that prove more potent than all the fabrications of talk show hosts and the mist of rating sweeps. 1947. While in the employ of the Clyde Beatty Circus, LaVey wants to polish his keyboard skills by practicing on the show's calliope. He asks the veteran calliope player, a drunken lush, if he can use the instrument for a half hour, and the man refuses. Anton curses the drunken sot for his stubbornness. Within days, LaVey replaces him as the circus's calliope player. 1948. When LaVey is 16, he gets into a tussle with a friend over the virtue of a girl Anton is dating at the time. The boy pulls a knife on LaVey, leaving him with a livid scar that remains on his right cheek for many years. 2 years later, the boy is hauled down to the police station on an unrelated charge. While in a holding cell, he hooks his belt around an overhead pipe, wraps the other end around his neck, and hangs himself. 1960. Diane snuggles close to Anton while he drives. A truculent motorcycle cop stops beside them at a traffic light, glares into their car, and motions to Diane to get to her side of the seat. "Keep both hands on the wheel," he warned, roaring off. Without thinking, Anton raises his hand in the hex sign toward the policeman. When Anton and Diane catch up to the officer, he is sprawled across the pavement, victim of a gruesome collision. Also 1960, the San Francisco Fox Theater is generally conceded to be the grandest movie palace ever built, constructed to stand 2,000 years. Eventually, it was decided the space could be more lucratively exploited as an office high-rise. LaVey is one of the entertainers present for a final evening of tribute, before the theater closes its doors forever. Fingering the last organ chords that echo through the theater, Anton curses the plot of land, vowing that any building on the site will have nothing but bad luck. The office building now occupying the site, the Fox Plaza, experiences problem after problems, and is said to be cursed. 1966. Angered by plans to tear down the fabled San Francisco Sutro Baths to make the valuable oceanfront land available to developers, LaVey curses the area, stipulating that until there is a small corner of any proposed plans devoted to the devil, nothing would ever be built on that ground. 36 hours after cursing the property, the buildings burst into flames just as the wrecking ball swings. 1967. LaVey's much-publicized curse on Jane Mansfield's overprotective attorney, Sam Brody, claims not only Brody's life, but Jane's as well, despite LaVey's warnings to her. 1968. Tagar, LaVey's beloved Nubian lion, who had been forced out of the LaVey household and into the San Francisco Zoo, becomes the recipient of the zoo director's intense disfavor and is shipped out to Lion Country Safari in Southern California as breeding stock. Tagar is spirited away in the middle of the night without allowing LaVey to say goodbye to his friend. Anton focuses his frustration and anger onto an exquisite Egyptian baboon made of crystal in a friend's ritual chamber. Soon afterwards, the papers tell of a strange tragedy involving the zoo director who had gone into the ape's cage late one afternoon. No one explained what he was doing there or why the normally docile apes rushed at him, but their attack was swift and murderous. The apes ripped and clawed and pounced. By the time help arrives, summoned by the apes' demonic screams of blood fury, the zoo director slips into unconsciousness. 1969. On August 8th, LaVey conducts a hippie ritual at the Church of Satan, in which he bitterly curses the psychedelic vermin infesting the world. He calls for a purge to relegate the slaves to the pens in which they belong, catalyzing a new era of satanic awareness. The next day, the participants of the hippie ritual read about the horrors discovered in the Benedict Canyon home of Sharon Tate and Roman Polanski. Also 1969. LaVey agrees to appear on Lou Gordon's Hot Seat television show in Detroit, even though it is Halloween night and Anton has other commitments. The producer promises to get Anton and Diane to the airport in time to catch their plane. The show starts late, drags on, and with their flight time growing closer and closer, Gordon ridicules LaVey's odd beliefs. Finally, Diane storms on screen, says, "Come on, we've got a plane to catch," and rushes LaVey off the set. A friend rushes through a merciless storm to get the LaVeys to the airport in time. Airline personnel are just about to pull away the boarding ramp as the LaVeys run to the plane and jump on. As the plane takes off, LaVey vents his considerable anger. The city blacks out beneath them as they lift clear of the runway. A few days later, upon returning to San Francisco, LaVey writes a formal curse on the blood-red Church of Satan stationery and sends it to Mr. Gordon, who reads it on his next broadcast, laughing and scoffing. Gordon dies within the year. 1970. LaVey consents to appear on reactionary Joe Pine's Hot Seat radio show, during which LaVey is treated to Pine's unusually caustic tongue. Pine dies within a few months of having LaVey on his show. 1972. The city fathers decide it is time to destroy another San Francisco landmark, Playland at the Beach, an amusement park stretching along 8 blocks of prime oceanfront property. It is here where LaVey met his first wife, Carol, and lived for some time on the adjacent cliff. When LaVey learns the fate of his beloved amusement park, he vows that no one will be able to make a success of anything else built on the land. As of this writing, the high-rent condominium complex constructed on the site remains largely vacant, and the area is rapidly becoming too crime-ridden to warrant further development. In 1984, on the afternoon of July 18th, LaVey is summoned into court to be formally criminalized for the first time in his life. A restraining order is invoked against LaVey by Diane, the woman he had lived with for 24 years. Anton sends a letter to Carla in Amsterdam before the hearing, saying he wasn't going to stand for it, that he had performed his magic, and that he was going to ride on the hot Santana winds, and that all hell will break loose. LaVey cautioned Carla to keep the letter in a safe place. On the appointed afternoon, at the exact hour LaVey would have been standing in front of the judge, he didn't attend to contest the action. James Huberty walks into a McDonald's in San Isidro, California, on a day cursed by blistering Santana winds. Armed with a machine gun, a revolver, several rounds of ammunition, and a ghetto blaster, Huberty sprays the fast food restaurant with bullets, shooting anything that moves. He had earlier kissed his wife goodbye and told her he was going off to hunt humans. It is the worst massacre of its kind in history. Diane's father's name is James Hegarty. Chapter 18. The Second Wave of Satanism. Gibble, gobble, gobble, gobble. We'll make you one of us. One of us, one of us. We will make you one of us. Recited by Dwarf during the wedding feast scene in Freaks. What I'm doing now is teaching the black history of Satanism, says LaVey, regarding his current sinister endeavors. I'm tracing back to our satanic roots in the philosophies of Machiavelli, Milton, Herbert Spencer, Rabelais, G.B. Shaw, Maucham, Nietzsche, film noir. There has always been a genetic strain of Satanists, but it's just now getting to the point where we can stand up to identify ourselves and our forebears. Young people are hungry to know the philosophy behind Satanism. Now, since 1984, it's time for the second wave to crest. Augmenting his philosophy recorded in the Satanic Bible, which LaVey maintains is just as valid as when it was first written, he views his current role as broadening the principles of Satanism through application. We'll follow Huey Long's direction. When fascism comes to America, it will be in the form of Americanism. I'm taking a thoroughly American thought form and seeing it for what it always was. When Satanism becomes the major religion in the United States, it will be complete with red, white, and blue banners flying accompanied by the blaring trombones of John Philip Sousa. As evidence of the rising tide of Satanism, LaVey points to the cavalier, even flaunting, attitude young people have about the images of the devil. While their horrified parents wonder what kind of heathen monster they've raised, their children idolize Satan as their rebel king. There are plenty of people in their teens and 20s out there saying they worship the devil because it's cool now, and a lot of their friends call themselves Satanists. A lot of them don't understand much more than what they see on MTV, but the point is they are giving homage to the devil and not to God. There's no need for human sacrifices and pacts with the devil anymore. These kids are already aligned with satanic forces. Now they participate in altar calls at rock concerts, regardless of, or because of, their parents' outrage. They could take delight in wearing the Baphomet for great shock value. People who wear the symbol regularly report they get a much stronger reaction with it than when they wear, for instance, Nazi regalia. With a swastika, people can get righteously offended. The person wearing it wants to be labeled an arrogant supremacist, far right-winger, something like that. Immediately pigeonholed. But the Baphomet doesn't represent a particular historical context. You can't pigeonhole the satanic symbol or Satanists. It just evokes dark, unexplained, but intense primal fears. The reaction tends to be, we don't know much about it, but we know we should be afraid of it. And it's not just young people participating in mainstreaming Satanism. Halloween is now more popular and widely celebrated than Christmas. Christmas only means distress, guilt, suicides, loneliness, death. Halloween is fun. Not a time for necessary family reunions, but just getting together with friends for parties, drinking, and playing dress up. There are whole systems of thought, like Neotech Discovery, which offers Satanism in a gray flannel suit, provides overnight wealth, and never mentioned the dreaded S word. Megabrain applies early Church of Satan style ritual to the business world, adding meditation techniques to appeal to the softcore New Age and yuppie markets. Cash, the Continental Association of Satan's Hope. Just make your checks out to cash. Based in Canada, began by reprinting sections of the Satanic Bible and reproducing the Baphomet before they were warned of copyright infringement. Another Canadian, a Dr. Lawrence Posner, claimed to have never heard of the internationally famous Church of Satan before the publication of his purportedly factual Michelle Remembers, the Rosetta Stone of all current satanic abuse testimonials. Dr. Pastor eventually married his subject, Michelle Smith, and they are still gathering credulous audiences for their Satan-busting seminars. In reality, our mainstream influence is just the tip of the iceberg. For every one of those kids you see at rock concerts holding up the sign of the horns and not knowing anything about it, there are maybe 5 or more kids who have read the Satanic Bible, know what Satanism is, and are growing up to the stage now where they're gaining positions of power and having a real effect in the world around us. In the motion picture industry, the arts, business, academia, politics, they don't wear it on their sleeves, so you probably wouldn't even know they were Satanists. But you figure those who were born in 1955 or 1960, who have grown up living most of their lives in a post-1966 satanic age, are now reaching 27, 29, 32 years old. They're getting established in their chosen fields, and their philosophy is bound to have an effect on the way they operate. They're getting tired of the bullshit. Now we're getting what I call second-generation Satanists. The Church of Satan has been in existence for most of their lives, and they take the effects of Satanism as the rule rather than the exception. Sexual freedom, not believing in God, independence of mind. They are choosing Satanism as a way of life because it was never shoved down their throats like Christian parents do with their religion. The infant is learning to walk, and by the first working year of his age, that is to say, 1984, he will have steadied his steps, and by the next, 2002, he will have attained maturity, and his reign will be filled with wisdom, reason, and delight. Last sentence in the Satanic Rituals. LaVey describes Satanism as a secular philosophy of rationalism and self-preservation, natural law, animal state, gift-wrapping these ideas in religious trappings to add to their appeal. A Satanist enters the supernatural realm by choice, with eyes open and hearts clear, rather than taking a supernatural belief as a starting point, like superstitious primitives trying to explain lighting or Christians explaining the virgin birth. Satanists have a firm grounding in rational methods of thinking as a foundation to stand on. Without it, you're trying to reach the sky or even stand on the sky with no ladder beneath you. Christians consider logic a non-option, something that is treated as if it were dangerous. Under the Christian pastoral system, you have to keep paying to keep sinless. If you stop paying, then you won't get into heaven. You have to go to big buildings to pray. If we have altars set up in our own homes, they can't be legislated. Money can't be collected on them. Satanism takes religion beyond the realm of consumerism. If the truth were known, one of the major threats of reports of devil-worshipping Sabbaths is that they are independent. not tightly organized into a strict structure. Trying to discover Satanists, real Satanists, is like nailing custard to the wall. You have to break into everyone's home and see if they have a satanic altar. And even if they didn't have an altar, they might still be Satanists. People send letters to the church frantically asking, "What can I do to become an active member? What do I do to become a satanic priest?" Of course, what they're really asking is, where do I go to meet other Satanists? Give me an address to meet other people. How do I get to be an official? My attitude would be, if you have to ask, you ain't one. It's like the joke about the price of the yacht. If you have to ask, you can't afford it. If you're a priest or priestess in the outside world already, we'll know. The 5 degrees of Satanism are still valid, but in a much more practical way, based on the Satanist's level of participation in the outside world. What I call mainstream or first-level Satanists are the equivalent to what we used to call apprentices. They go to a 9-to-5 job, earn good money, wear acceptable clothes, have formal rituals, drive cars that look basically the same as everyone else's, watch television, yet agree with and apply Satanism in a positive way in their lives. At the other end of the spectrum, we still have practicing magisters and magistras who divorce themselves from the mainstream as much as possible and arrange their lives to earn money at things that entail a minimal amount of contact with the herd. Artists, directors, writers, performers, entrepreneurs of various kinds. If you want to get titles and wear robes, this is not the organization for you. We want to apply Satanism for our own good and not use it as a crutch to convey false achievement. As a rule, LaVey doesn't disclose membership figures. If it's too low, we would be perceived as insignificant. And if it was too high, we'd be considered too much of a threat, and there would be reason to destroy us. If you can be quantified, then you can be expendable. Then you can be disposed of. Besides, after 25 years, it would be very difficult to calculate our membership. Members are lifetime members. They don't have to pay any renewal fees every year, so we have had a cumulative increase since 1966. Tom Wedge explains this phenomenon in his 1987 book, The Satan Hunter. However, it must be realized that the great preponderance of the followers of the Church of Satan have never formally made an effort to actually join the church. The thousands who follow portions of the teachings of Anton LaVey and the others of his like are not those who become contributing members. The majority of the followers of the precepts of the Church of Satan are those teenagers who pay the $3.95 purchase price for a copy of the paperback edition of the Satanic Bible. LaVey feels that's the way it should be. As for actual members, either they're with us or they're not. It won't change 10 or 20 years later. The idea is to mold people's minds and send them out among men, not to keep them milling around the same corral like sheep. If their eyes are opened, there's no turning back. Nothing will ever be the same for them. These are people who don't need to go to group rituals to feel connected to the source. A truly secret society for magicians who are working advanced black magic and influencing the outside world. What's the advantage in being a big fish in a little pond when you can be a big fish in a big pond? When you're a somebody out there, you don't need to advertise your affiliations. That's fine for people who are just starting out. It's fun and indulgent, and if they want to get together with a few friends to use my books to perform rituals, that's great. But eventually they want to apply their magic in a way that will get them ahead in the real world. Just as there has been a new breed of Satanists resurfacing, there's a new breed of experts in Satanism to round out the field. LaVey is disdainful of these self-appointed occult investigators. They obviously don't know the first thing about what I've written or what I advocate. If they'd read my books instead of just wave them in the air, they might know something about Satanism. But they seem to prefer making it up as they go along. There was more factual, more informed reporting going on in 1975 than there is now. Of course, there's more money and attention in being a professional hysteric now, making a living telling your masturbatory fantasies on nationwide TV. There are people on the talk show circuit who claim to be ex-members or ex-priests in a satanic organization who can't even show they read the same book I wrote, let alone give an accurate rendition of our practices and philosophy. It's funny that they're always high priests. They're never any low priests or just plain priests, right? There were no high priests until I came along, except in Puccini operas. In Chicago, there's a center for multiple personalities studying adult survivors of satanic abuse. Now, what's that supposed to mean? There was no modern, organized satanic movement before I came along. And here, all these middle-aged women telling about how they were raped and tortured as children when their parents belonged to a satanic cult? That would have been in the 1940s. There were none. Lord knows, I looked. Producers don't send camera crews out to track down these women's parents and get their stories. No one looks up the women's psychological histories. If there were any Freudians left, they'd see what's going on. But the din of sensationalism muffles the sound of falling ratings. When it's ratings time, it's a good time to talk about Satanism. What unfortunately happens is they want to talk about Satanism, but it's too dangerous to talk about real satanic ideas. Since the airing of a 1985-2020 episode, a renewed mythology has formed around Satanism. The catalog of blood-curdling and spine-chilling true stories about Satanists hark back in style and in content to Julius Streicher's anti-Jewish propaganda, sucking the blood from Christian children with a straw. LaVey answers his accusers concerning dark satanic doings. There's no possible way to get out of a satanic cult, only through death. All anyone has to do is write a letter to get out. No one's kicked out unless they do something blatantly against our tenets, or unless they request to have their names taken from our lists. 2. There are 3 categories of Satanists. 1. Traditional Satanists. 2. Religious Satanists. And 3. Freestyle Satanists. There are no categories of Satanists. There are Satanists, and then there are nuts. The satanic know-it-alls try to fabricate a division just so they won't get sued. By saying there are different categories, they can say, "Oh, we didn't mean you, of course. We meant those other guys that don't really exist. You're the good Satanist." There's no such thing as a good Satanist. And actually, I would divide satanic posers into 3 groups: Satanists, Christian Satanists, and nuts. I'd define Christian Satanists as those who are attracted to Satanism, but can't seem to break away from Christianity altogether. They continue to work within a primitive framework of good versus evil, taking the part of evil instead of good. Whenever you get an inkling of the Dungeons and Dragons, good/evil mythos, you know they don't know much about true evil. You have to take Satan within yourself to smash that Christian orientation. 3. You have to sell your soul to Satan and sign a pact in blood. Come on. Souls are very cheap these days. This myth is perpetuated by Christian Satanists who are following the lead of medieval witch hunters. Satan demands a much harder task than signing over your soul in blood. He demands that you live your life as fully as you can, prosper by your own wits, and avoid misery. You wouldn't believe what a tall order that is for most people. And 4, you have to believe in God to believe in Satan. Satan is a myth designed by Christians, so you can't believe in one without the other. People, even those who call themselves practitioners of the old religion, can't conceive of a philosophy beyond Christianity, beyond good against evil. It's like worshiping the devil. We don't worship Satan, we worship ourselves, using the metaphorical representation of the qualities of Satan. Satan is the name used by Judeo-Christians for that force of individuality and pride within us. But the force itself has been called by many names. We embrace Christian myths of Satan and Lucifer, along with satanic renderings in Greek, Roman, Islamic, Sumerian, Syrian, Phrygian, Egyptian, Chinese, or Hindu mythologies, to name a few. But we are not limited to one deity, but encompass all the expressions of the accuser, or the one who advocates free thought and rational alternatives by whatever name he is called in a particular time and land. It so happens that we are living in a culture that is predominantly Judeo-Christian, so we emphasize Satan. If we were living in Roman times, the central figure, perhaps the title of our religion would be different. But the name would be expressing and communicating the same thing. It's all context. The more harmful accusations leveled against Satanism of ritual human and animal sacrifice, kidnapping, child abuse, torture, rape, these go beyond theology into the realm of criminal activities. LaVey remains unruffled. When a Christian commits a crime, it's not dubbed a Christian cult murder. As more satanic Bibles are sold, there are more chances one will be found at a murder site or among a murderer's personal effects. It's inevitable, with so many members, that sometime soon a criminal or victim's gonna have an actual Church of Satan membership card on their person. And won't that be exciting? It doesn't make it a ritual murder. It makes a juicy copy. I'd like to see the day when headlines read, "Slasher reported to be involved in Christian group," with the accompanying article outlining the incriminating evidence found in the killer's apartment. Pictures of saints on the wall, the Holy Bible, and other Christian books found in shelves, various crosses and small jewelry boxes. With these supposed satanic crimes, evidence of satanic involvement doesn't have anything to do with the crime itself, might not even have anything to do with Satanism. But it is picked out because it piques people's prurient interests. Police officials from the beginning have tried to quell the hysteria for the most part, quickly modifying their earliest flyers and guidelines on the subject, which listed ceramic cats, stained glass, and circles as satanic symbols to watch for at crime sites. While a few are still trying to make a name for themselves as cops for Christ, most of the many articles in police magazines take a fairly even view. There are still satanic task forces in every town, and costly seminars on occult crimes abound. But LaVey has always been on friendly terms with police and investigators, continuing to help when asked. San Francisco police investigator Sandy Gallant, one of the foremost authorities on occult crimes, instructs fellow investigators to focus on the framework of ritualistic crimes or abuse, rather than singling out any one religion. Someone involved in a crime might use certain elements of a particular religious orientation to justify their crime, whether it's Christianity, Catholicism, Rastafarianism, Santeria, Satanism, or any combination of these things. You can't just look at a room, see what looks like a upside-down star or an Ozzy Osbourne poster and say, "This is a satanic crime." When looking at a crime now, investigators have to put it into one of two categories. Is the crime a demand of the particular religion, like animal sacrifices in Santeria or Voodoo? Or is the religion being used as a justification for their crimes that, because of their own psychological makeup, would be happening anyway? Over the last few years, things have gotten silly. A brief review of expert vocabulary shows not everyone who hangs out her shingle as an occult investigator is as well-grounded as Miss Gallant. Talk show hosts across America have insisted we concern ourselves over the feast of the beast, the Wicca letter. Breeders, altar babies, dabblers, stoners, traditional Satanists, Orthodox Satanists, freestyle Satanists, religious Satanists, ritual abuse, satanic survivors, the black hole ritual, acid pits, and portable crematoriums, used to get rid of the bodies of sacrificial victims, often brought up in answer to the question, where are the bodies? Spotters, those who act as lookouts, usually gardeners or trashmen, at daycare centers where Satanists are ensconced. Ritualers, pronounced ritualers. Grimoires, which are pronounced grimoires. Trainers, recruiters, and devil dances, what preschoolers do when they're ritually abused. Indicators your child might be getting into Satanism have been listed as wanting to spend time alone. Wearing incriminating t-shirts, requesting black sheets or black curtains, wanting a snake as a pet, all are sure signs of the devil at work. When Pope John Paul toured the United States and spoke at the University of Arizona Auditorium, the red devil mascots painted on the walls were covered up so as not to offend His Holiness. High school teams across the country that called themselves some kind of devils changed their names to something less satanic sounding. House numbers, license plates, and telephone prefixes that contained the sinister 666 were finally seen for the demonic influence that they are and were immediately altered, including the number of the house the Reagans moved into after they vacated the White House. A Senate bill number had to be changed from Bill 666 to Bill 649 in February of 1986 because it was feared the legislators would be unduly influenced by the original number. All of it would be pretty funny, except for those people losing their jobs, homes, positions in the community, or parents' trust because of irrational, unfounded fears and accusations. Using Satanism as a justification, too, have been the righteous teachers and school administrators who have searched high school children's lockers for signs of diabolical dabblings. Any kid with a pentagram can be hauled into the principal's office for a thorough talking to by the local priest. Articles report that school librarians are reviewing checkout records to track down anyone checking out dangerous, read subversive, books for the school library. It all works eventually in our favor, though, says LaVey. All these prey TV evangelists have had their last gasp. They're hurting. So who else do they turn to but the devil? He's always been their real savior. People are tired of the noise. They grow tired of the hysteria. We couldn't have planned it any better. When the satanic hysteria gets to the point of absurdity, people start questioning the whole line of crap. It will eventually get so no one believes anything Christian ministers say anymore. When they hear about the devil and how rotten he is, it just makes them curious about what the satanic viewpoint might be. There are many who are already questioning the wild claims. Arthur Lyons's Satan Wants You, Warner, 1988, challenged the accusers' stories after finding they could produce no hard evidence. In October 1989, the Committee for the Scientific Examination of Religion issued a report on the claims of various breeders and satanic survivors. After a thorough investigation, the report concluded that the most shocking claims, those involving the abductions and ritual murder of children, are easily shown to be false. The allegations of large-scale satanic conspiracies are totally without foundation. In fact, the available evidence leaves only one reasonable conclusion. They do not exist, which is there, italics from the source. Various magazines, including the Skeptical Inquirer, have since devoted cover stories to the debunking of satanic hysteria. There's no propaganda necessary. Just let Satanists speak for themselves. There doesn't have to be a bias one way or another. What irritates me is that even if the producers of a television show make a concession by having a bona fide Satanist on their show, not just some pseudo-Satanist, they give more time to the self-appointed experts than they do the real Satanists. How can they have more authority about Satanism than the adherents themselves? You don't ask Hitler about the joys of Passover. All that needs to be said about Satanism is the truth, and it can't help but alter people's way of thinking. If they ever get a dose of what real Satanism is, Lord help them. Chapter 19. The Invisible Revolution. Do you know one thing, though? I am certain that underground people like me must be kept in check. Though we may be capable of sitting underground for 40 years without saying a word, if we do come out into the world and burst out, we will talk and talk and talk. Dostoevsky, Notes from Underground. In 1967, Anton LaVey worked up 11 Rules of the Earth to augment the 9 satanic statements he had already devised and published among his followers. LaVey long considered the rules to be too brutal for the uninitiated, prefacing the Satanic Bible with the statements alone. Now he feels the time is right to publish them. They are edicts designed for the human animal, laying out the law of the jungle, lex talionis. LaVey specifically prohibits harming children, killing non-human animals except for food or in self-defense, telling your troubles or giving opinions unasked, and making sexual advances towards someone who may not appreciate it. The 2 rules that will raise eyebrows among the non-satanically oriented are: if a guest in your lair annoys you, treat him cruelly and without mercy. And when walking in open territory, bother no one. If someone bothers you, ask him to stop. If he does not stop, destroy him. LaVey stands by these sometimes violent edicts all the more in the 1990s. If people simply had to face up to their own actions, their own evolution, and make adjustments for their own progress, the population would be cut in half in one generation. Instead, we've devised laws and lawsuits to protect people from themselves. If these feeble, modern, inbred creatures had to live by their wits and take care of themselves, they'd be too scared to go out of their houses. They'd be dead. They wouldn't be able to move fast enough or think fast enough, and they'd be eliminated. Any creature, human or otherwise, is only as important as they make themselves to other creatures. What would happen if, in the wild, one aberrant monkey kept shrieking, or tearing up other monkeys' beds, or scratching and attacking the others in the tribe? They would get bit back, gnawed on. If they kept it up, they'd be chased away or ripped apart. That's what our instincts tell us should happen. Up until now, we've been instilled with the attitude that we're supposed to allow for others' ineptitude. Drive for everyone else on the road. Place warning signs out for people not to fall into ditches or walk where it's wet. That it's our responsibility if they fall. Everything now is people-proofed. What would happen if one day they woke up and found they were expected to pay the consequences of their own ineptitude, or hooliganism, or boorishness? One of LaVey's pet peeves is the inequity he sees in America, but not the kind of inequity most spout about. People get rewarded in our society for what they can't do, not what they can. That's a terrible inequity to me. It seems everything, laws, schools, economics, jobs, is calculated to encourage the lowest elements, not the highest. To counteract this inequality, LaVey proposes a few satanic solutions. In 1988, Anton published a cloven-hoof essay entitled Pentagonal Revisionism, a 5-point program, which outlines the current thrust of satanic advocacy. The platform prioritizes stratification, strict taxation of churches, reestablishing a lex talionis attitude in the legal and judiciary arenas, development and production of androids, and the opportunity for total environments. While most of these points have already been discussed at greater length elsewhere in this book, stratification should be understood to be LaVey's cornerstone of contemporary satanic activity. Stratification is the point on which all the others ultimately rest. There could be no more myth of equality for all. It only translates to mediocrity and supports the weak at the expense of the strong. Water must be allowed to seek its own level without interference from apologists. No one should be protected from the effects of his own stupidity. Later in the same issue, LaVey writes, the current Third World War, human locusts overrunning the world, necessitating the thinning out of populations because the rule of the fool has, for the first time in history, threatened to destroy civilization and evolution. This must never happen again. Technology has left human awareness in the dust. Surely, it would be simpler and more economically practical to continue the propagation of consumers at the cost of evolution. But the Earth could not survive. How to isolate and evolve genetically superior humans is the great task of stratification. I'm saying there's an unrecognized war going on in this country right now, declares LaVey. An economic war. War will not come from without. It will come from the people who have the most money to gain right here in this country. The great consumer wars. All the other causes are just misdirection devices. Any supposed protesting going on is carefully contained rebellion. Otherwise, people would be rioting in the street when they have to pay $30,000 for a 3-day stay in the hospital. But the warfare now going on is much more sophisticated than science fiction writers ever imagined. It's absurd to think that research in chemical, sonic, or bioelectric weaponry has been abandoned. I realize certain things have to be done for the good of society, to keep the economy afloat or the population down, but I don't like to be played for a fool. For now, isolation, abdication, and stratification are LaVey's proposed satanic weapons against the ongoing invisible war. LaVey has already given a name, Satanism, for the small percentage of the population that he feels are chromosomally different, and perhaps chromosomally resistant to the effects of control. Stratification is a magical process of purification, subtractive rather than additive, says LaVey. As the war progresses and as population increases to an even more intolerable level, stretching resources to impossible lengths, the strong will begin fighting for their very survival. That's what we're seeing right now. Society will become more and more stratified into the people who aren't buying the bullshit in society and those who blindly follow where they are led. Satanists, freethinkers, are a burgeoning minority cause. We have an illness that needs to be recognized, just like alcoholism, handicaps, addictive behaviors, and AIDS. We suffer from a disease called independence, a pathological aversion to regimentation and institutionalism, which prevents us from getting regular jobs and living a normal life. Instead of encouraging proliferation of the weak, LaVey feels it's imperative to isolate and foster the emerging new genetic strain of Satanists. With the debut of The Complete Witch in 1970, later The Satanic Witch, LaVey presented his guide for selective breeding. In an August 16, 1971 article, Evil Anyone? Newsweek captioned a picture of LaVey baptizing his daughter Xena, building a better race, and quotes Anton describing his satanic goal as the creation of a police state in which the weak are weeded out and the achievement-oriented leadership is permitted to pursue the mysteries of black magic. Later, in the satanic rituals, LaVey included this directive to his followers. Now it is the higher man's role to produce the children of the future. Quality is now more important than quantity. One cherished child who can create will be more important than 10 who can produce, or 50 who can believe. In an interview for Fling, Anton vows that he would enhance the growth of new, more intelligent generations if I had the chance by selective breeding. But this is so terrifyingly related to Hitlerism that usually I can't even talk about it. When asked exactly what kind of master race he envisions, LaVey explains that the satanic stratification and segregation he advocates is based on ethics rather than ethnics. As I've said, I wish to identify, isolate, and breed a new ethnic, one that's been there all along, unrecognized, from the beginning of man's existence. There have always been leaders, innovators, risk-takers among all cultures. These are the few, perhaps 1/10%, that lead nations forward, lead evolution forward. Satanism is the first time in history where a master race can be built of genetically predisposed, like-minded people, not based on the genes that make them white, black, blue, brown, or purple, but the genes that make them Satanists. We need a forum from which to assert our culture. Any person I've ever met who's accomplished anything in his life has had a real disdain for his own people. Not that they hate Jews or Germans or Irish or Italians per se. They just hate stupidity and herd mentality. They hate the idea of using any ethnicity as an identity. Some people that come from Jewish backgrounds, where Judaic traditions were really emphasized in the home, are the most rabid anti-Semitic people I know. And I don't blame them. If they grew up in a stifling environment with professional Jews for parents or professional Catholics, I don't blame them for running away, changing their names, completely inverting their lives, and never wanting to see their parents again. That's often how leaders are born. You have to be a sociopath to be in my position. Look at all the depictions of Satan throughout history. His satanic sadness and dismay at the unhappy world people seem compelled to make for themselves. As a Satanist, of course I'm a sociopath. I love life and am honestly dismayed. That's why, when people are supportive of me, I'm suspicious. It's hard for me to accept because that pall, that death is ever present. People looking at Satanism from the outside, with all its black-draped chambers and sinister trappings, might think that we advocate death. Christians are supposed to be the life-loving ones, striving for happiness and good. In reality, a true curse comes from God when He answers their prayers. They don't want their answers prayered. They don't really want contentment. That's why they pray to a God that isn't there. The truth is that those who surround themselves and speak most of death are probably the most life-loving of all and truly like Satan. They find themselves dismayed that things can't be pure and complete the way they should be. If Satanists didn't care, they wouldn't be so dark and pessimistic. You can find plenty of optimists in lunatic asylums. Only fools are ever truly content. Along with most contemporary soothsayers, LaVey perceives momentous changes as we approach the millennium. People are now making important decisions. We've evolved to the point where all the information from our history is there for anyone to examine. All the methods have been written about. It's now a volitional, well-informed choice whether you want to accept Satanism or not. Whether you choose death over life. Christians have conjured their apocalypse, and we certainly wouldn't want to disappoint them. The end of the millennium is coming fast. Selective breeding, elitist stratification, advocacy of polygamous relationships for breeding purposes, and eventually building communities of like-minded individuals are satanic programs antithetical to the cherished egalitarian ideal. Since 1966, these subjects have become the zeitgeist for any number of extremist offshoots. And it has finally become apparent that LaVey and the Church of Satan should be recognized as their progenitor. Extremism in whatever form forces the card, says LaVey. That's all the American public seems to understand. They can't see shades of gray. Extremism causes the changes to occur more quickly and more completely. Satanism is not just an atheistic stance, but an anti-theistic stance. We prefer destruction of mystically oriented religions through active opposition rather than simple non-participation. Because his picture hanging in Moscow's Museum for Atheism, his longtime use of authentic Nazi black magic ceremonies and symbols, and his early association with Zionist terrorists, LaVey has inevitably been linked with extremist groups of all kinds. There's a difference between stalking someone who's made trouble for you and bothering someone who's minding his own business. It's all too easy to hassle people just because of the color of their skin. Why not do something really productive with that same energy and throw a scare into a person who's obviously out selling drugs, pimping, raping, killing, looting, robbing? Not the race of people, but the individuals, or the type of individuals. There's a magically valid technique of seeking out surrogates for your tormentors or would-be tormentors and venting your wrath on them to superimpose it on your actual tormentor. If you took out your rage and frustration on the person you'd like to, the connection might be so obvious it would be laid directly at your doorstep. As a substitute, a sacrifice of sorts. You look for someone who might not have done anything to you directly, but you can tell he's the type who has probably screwed up other people like you. But these are very fine points of magic I can't in good conscience recommend to most people. That's the strength of a forum like Satanism. We aren't against Jews, blacks, whites. We refuse to continue to compromise our standards, to allow for stupidity and laziness. They have to be expected to come up to our standards rather than us lowering our hurdles to suit them. If they can't, they should be told, probably for the first time in their lives, you know what? You're stupid. You're inferior. Instead of being protected from the effects of their incompetence. If a person is ethical, productive, sensitive, and knows how to conduct himself among human beings, fine. If he's an amoral parasite, he should be dealt with quickly and cruelly. LaVey denies the existence or need for anything so obvious as a grand satanic conspiracy. The kind of changes I envision don't require skirmishes on the street or a revolution, merely a cabal. A conspiracy implies a carefully delineated plan of attack, all neatly mapped out for all participants. A cabal is a group of loosely connected people who have deep, unswerving loyalty and allegiance to the same ends, and who do what comes naturally. They have the unlisted phone numbers. They'll know, in their respective positions, what to do when the time comes round. Oh, we do have goals. We all know what they are. I believe in all forms of stealth, cunning, and guile to achieve our ends. Instead of revolution, LaVey proposes a satanic revisionism. Maybe evolution has brought enough of us out of our cocoon so we can surround ourselves with true aesthetics rather than standards based on economic imperatives. Satanism is bringing back is discipline in all forms of art and expression. We emphasize a return to classical grounding in music, painting, sculpture, writing, poetry, reestablishing a common body of knowledge and expression so there are some constants of beauty and form. Satanic thought doesn't encourage the splash and smear school of unbridled artistic expression. A Satanist understands why and how certain economic and political imperatives must be answered to in a Machiavellian sense, but he doesn't want to be played for a chump. As we grow in numbers, we will have more say in the economy. Productive consumerism is necessary and preferable when tempered by the awareness of population limitations on the planet. But not this rampant, unorganized, money-hungry, destructive consumerism derived directly from the Judeo-Christian, more Christians equals more money attitude. People still have a primordial fear of the night. But Satanists should soon be a strong enough economic force to keep our own stores and businesses open all night at our hours. Not only will we become a major voting bloc and economic demographic to be catered to, but we've worked ourselves into places where we pull the strings ourselves. LaVey has begun to enforce changes on a personal level that reflect on a national and international level. At this stage of the game, I don't have the time for patience and tolerance. 10 years ago, even 5 years ago, I would have listened to people ask their questions, explained to them, mollified them. No more. That time is past. Now, as Norman Mailer said in Naked and the Dead, I hate everything which is not myself. If it doesn't have a direct bearing on what I'm advocating, if it doesn't augment or stimulate my life and thinking, I don't want to hear it. It has to add something to my life. There's no more time for explaining and becoming ecumenical anymore. No more time. That's a characteristic I share with the new generation of Satanists, which might be best termed and has labeled itself in many ways an apocalypse culture. Not that they believe in the biblical apocalypse, the ultimate war between good and evil. Quite the contrary. But that there is an urgency, a need to get on with things and stop wailing, and if it ends tomorrow, at least we'll know we lived today. It's a fiddle while Rome burns philosophy. It's the satanic philosophy. If the generation born in the 50s grew up in the shadow of the bomb and had to assimilate the possibility of imminent self-destruction of the entire planet at any time, those born in the 60s have had to reconcile the inevitability of our own destruction, not through the bomb, but through mindless, uncontrolled overpopulation, and somehow resolve in themselves, looking at what history has taught us, that no amount of yelling, protesting, placard waving, marching, wailing, nor even more constructive avenues, like running for government office or trying to write books to wake people up, is going to do a damn bit of good. The majority of humans have an inborn death wish. They want to destroy themselves and everything beautiful. To finally realize that we're living in a world after the zenith of creativity, and that we could see so clearly the mechanics of our own destruction, is a terrible realization. Most people can't face it. All we want, those few of us who have had the strength to realize what's going on, is the freedom to create and entertain and share with each other, to preserve and cherish what we can while we can, and to build our own little citadels away from the insensitivity of the rest of the world. Reacting perhaps to millennial pressures, certain people are doing more than building protective citadels. Some, it seems more all the time, are taking guns and killing innocent people. Investigators, no matter how objective they may be, become disturbed by the increasing number of satanic Bibles found at crime sites or in the personal effects of mass murderers. It may be that LaVey's satanic thought can release forces within unstable people that they are not able to control. LaVey insists we'll never really know how much influence Satanism has on the nutcases. Frankly, so little factual information is leaked out through the media. I'm in a prime position to know that firsthand. The media will only look at Satanism from a firmly prescribed perspective, like that kid in New Jersey, Tommy Sullivan, who supposedly killed his mother with a Boy Scout knife as a result of growing involvement with Satanism. He was a good kid from a Catholic family, and suddenly he snapped because of Satanism? Bullshit. A few of the stories leaked the truth, if you can read between the lines. The kid was bright. He wanted to explore. He wanted to stretch his mind and imagination to examine ideas his parents, particularly his mother, couldn't tolerate. He became confused, then increasingly hostile as she continued stifling him and holding him down. This went on for months, probably preluded by years of overmothering in the guise of protecting him. Then, finally, after an intensive session of anti-satanic counseling and praying at their Catholic church, the kid got fed up. Maybe everything went blank all of a sudden. Maybe he was a good kid who couldn't take any more of the bullshit and had to impose the justice he perceived to be lacking. He knew he was being treated unjustly, felt there was no way out, and took the only action immediately available: slashing his mother's throat, then doing the same to himself. What a needless tragedy. If only he'd been allowed to freely explore the avenues he'd wanted to, perhaps it never would have happened. Second-wave Satanists have definite visions of right and wrong, and use the Satanic Bible as a guide to impose demonic justice. Sean Sellers, as quoted by Tom Wedge, translated what he believed to be qualifications for an appropriate human sacrifice. Sacrificed people are those people who beat their wives, molest children, kick their dogs, etc. We do the world a favor by getting rid of them. After all, people like this have no right to live anyway. Sellers was eventually sentenced to death for the murder of his mother, stepfather, and a convenience store clerk in 1985 and 86. Sellers has since recanted his satanic beliefs and is now hailed by Christians for his youth ministry from Oklahoma's death row. David St. Clair, in his book, Say You Love Satan, aptly describes through a teenager's eyes what freedom the Satanic Bible might offer. If what this book said was true, if what this book promised could be realized, then nothing was impossible. Nobody should have to put up with the shit they were born into. If the guy that wrote this really knew what he was talking about, then Satan was the way to go. The devil had the answers for life on earth. The devil was the one to contact, the one who would do things for human beings who wanted to achieve. The subject of St. Clair's book, Ricky Casso, killed one of his classmates and later killed himself. Anton LaVey maintains that he isn't really concerned about accusations of people killing other people in the name of Satan. He swears that each time he reads of a new killing spree, his only reaction is, "What, 22 people? Is that all?" Anton is more concerned about those nobodies he's bestowed godhood on with his philosophy. Certain people like to take up the trappings, methods, and hard-boiled philosophy of Satanism, but aren't willing to adopt my imposition of responsibility for the responsible. They just pick out what they want, change it around to justify what they want to do, invent it if it's not there, and ignore what they find too difficult to adhere to. As a mass-market book, the Satanic Bible breeds pretentiousness in the inferior. Everyone believes he's Superman. Of course, it bothers me. It's antithetical to the essence of Satanism to puff up undeserving people. But in reality, I have to admit, it's an effective shortcut to stratification. I'd rather be grouped in the company of killers than in the company of wimps. I don't think you'd find the pretentiousness in people like Ramirez, or Stanley Dean Baker, or Huberty, or Manson. I don't think you'd find the noise that all those puffed-up, empty-barreled, supposed Satanists make. In a 1986 article regarding accused Night Stalker killer Richard Ramirez, convicted of 13 murders in California, LaVey said, "When I met Richard Ramirez, he was the nicest, most polite young man you'd ever want to meet. A model of deportment." LaVey remembers the incident clearly and regrets giving the young Ramirez such an abrupt meeting. He stopped me on the street and said, "Excuse me, Mr. LaVey, could I talk to you a few minutes?" Well, I don't generally like people coming up to me like that, so I brushed him off. "I don't do business on the sidewalk. You could write to the post office box." He backed away and apologized for bothering me. Said he just wanted to ask me a couple of questions, but he could see I'm busy. So he wished me a happy solstice and walked on down the street with his friend, the one from Texas, I guess. I watched him walk away, and when he was almost to the corner, I almost called for him to come back and I'd talk to him. After thinking about it, I felt bad, really. I felt really badly. He seemed like such a polite kid. LaVey doesn't shirk responsibility for what his writings may catalyze. If the Satanic Bible is spurring a changed perspective to unleash certain demons, certain elementals into the world, so be it. We will evoke many, many centuries of bloodshed before we approach the terror that Christianity has loosed on humanity. There will be undoubtedly more satanically motivated murders and crimes in the sense that the Satanic Bible tells you you don't have to take any more shit. But if Judeo-Christian society hadn't encouraged this immoral succouring of the weak and made it laudable to buoy up the useless, then there wouldn't be this intensive need for a reaction against it. Of course, this extreme counter-swing of the pendulum, this vigilantism, will be interpreted as mere anarchy loosed on the world. But in reality, it will be, for the first time since cave days, justice. LaVey points to James Huberty's case as a textbook example of anti-Christian abreaction. Early San Diego reports leaked that The Second Coming, Arthur Lynce's definitive work on Satanism, was found among Huberty's books when police searched his home after the McDonald's shooting. James Huberty was laid off from a high-paying job because of our undeclared economic depression. Trying to get to work, he traveled down the coast of California, ending up in a little Mexico where he hardly heard a word of English spoken. Huberty knew he was under a lot of pressure. He contacted a mental health clinic. Because of the crackdown on Valium at the time, only street people and pushers could get it. Those who used Valium in moderation were completely cut off. So Huberty wasn't able to get the one chemical that had leveled him out. And to top it all off, the crew at McDonald's couldn't get the fucking ice cream machine fixed for 2 weeks. Oh my God. He was tired of incompetence. He was tired of foreign inundation. He was tired of being treated like a second-class citizen in his own country. He was tired of the weak getting everything for free, and those who were trying to stand up on their own 2 feet getting nothing. He was just tired. And after a while, these things get frustrating, and some things got to give. And I'll tell you a secret. There's going to be a lot more Hubertys reaching a breaking point in the next few years. We've got a long way to go. By the same token, if a kid is dragged to church against his will, if his parents tear up his Satanic Bible, the one book he sees as containing some truth beyond the narrow framework of Christian belief, an antisocial, psychopathic kid might be provoked. The Satanic Bible tells him, "I will create justice in my own way. I feel an injustice has to be righted, and I feel the strength to carry it out." It imbues him with the ideal that if he wants justice, he will have to take justice in his own way. it won't be given to him. Satanists are true reformers, as we are true ecologists. We believe in the preeminence of the laws of nature. The epitome of the film noir antihero, the Green Hornet, the Shadow, the Avenger, Batman, is the perfect manifestation of the satanic ethic. These are the heroes who work in the shadows, doing what officials cannot do or will not do. The Satanic Bible doesn't say, "Vengeance is mine, saith the Lord." It teaches you to not wait around for outside intervention from God or the state on your behalf. There is no protectionism, no over-legislation. Satanism advocates personal justice, personally administered. The satanic master plan is worse than any fictions the church could possibly dream up over the past 500 years. All our lives seem to have been diabolically guided from birth. All it takes is a handful of people in the right place. 23 people led the Russian Revolution. Listening to LaVey, the impossible becomes the probable. In his satanic anthem, the Hymn of the Satanic Empire, LaVey makes his intentions clear. Once there was a need for simple minds. Once there was a need to save men's souls. Fools had to be forced to stay in line. Preachers and Bibles could serve those goals. With their holy writ and their cardinal sin, they could force their paper demons into a cardboard prison, a paper cell. They can't do that anymore. With our morning star from the deepest night, smash the crumbling cross, for might is right. Let the shuffling zombies grope for light, and will reign forevermore. Chapter 20. The evilest man in the world. I was only trying to cheat death. I was only trying to surmount for a little while the darkness that all my life I surely knew was going to come rolling in on me someday and obliterate me. I was only trying to stay alive a little brief while longer after I was already gone. To stay in the light, to be with the living a little while past my time. Cornell Woolrich, frontispiece for Nightwebs. When I look in the mirror, I see this haunted look that was in Traven's eyes or Woolrich's or Gresham's. A look that is predatory and hunted at once. You can analyze such characteristics better in others than in yourself. If LaVey can see things better in others' faces than he can in his own, the reverse is also true. Anton Szandor LaVey is not the one to ask about his own talents. The advantages of Satanism, yes. The merits of his diabolical forebears, certainly. What distinct qualities make Anton LaVey tick? I try not to think about it. I can't think of myself as performing uniquely, as others apparently think of me, or I'd probably fall under a sudden, overwhelming self-consciousness. Unless I think of myself only in a grand overview perspective, I'm dangerously stifled. I'd either become an insufferable megalomaniac and lose credibility, or implode and become paralyzed, unable to act at all. It's safest, most productive for me to see myself as if in a dream, acting and watching the action from the outside at the same time. When I think of things like being in the big cage when I was so young, it seems unreal. I know I did these things, but it's almost as if it was another person. I have to distance myself. It's like playing keyboards. I can do it as long as I don't have to think about it. LaVey depends, consequently, on other people to provide perspective or recognition he won't, can't, isn't able to experience by himself. Two of LaVey's most outspoken supporters are his own daughters, Carla and Zena. Carla, a svelte, raven-haired stunner, has been lecturing professionally on Satanism since the early 1970s, becoming a subject of photos, fantasy, and fixation around the world. Xena, now a tantalizingly curvaceous blonde, has taken over much of the publicity responsibilities for the church, representing the organization on a number of national television and radio shows over the past few years. Xena wrote the introduction to LaVey's The Satanic Witch. Both Carla and Xena utilize their own unique charms to expand LaVey's sphere of influence among both dynamic young innovators and established power brokers. Xena's son, Stanton Zaharoff, appropriately born in 1978, during one of the most violent thunderstorms in San Francisco history, is already exhibiting a decidedly independent spirit, reading the Satanic Bible on his own and taking advantage of his grandfather's personal tutelage whenever possible. All three share the characteristic LaVey eyes and the cynical LaVey mind as well. Though the high priest appreciates recognition and support, his caution concerning over-adulteratory types is typified by a sign on LaVey's desk. Beware of those that fall at your feet. They may be reaching for the corner of the rug. But he attacks most savagely those who ride on his coattails, or who steal his ideas, all the while pretending at originality or innovation, with, at best, a begrudging acknowledgement of their inspiration's very existence. In the last few years, LaVey has been accused of being impossible to reach, hardly ever granting interviews, even when the payment offers for new footage run into the six-figure range. Networks have offered $10,000 bounties for contacts leading to any kind of videotaped interview with LaVey. In light of LaVey's steadfast refusals, rumors of ill health, death, or passing the reins of the Church of Satan to his daughters haven't surprised him. When I think of how I flirted with death so many times, I must have been crazy. I could have hurt myself. When I was 16, I never expected to see 21. Then I figured I'd surely never make it to 30. There's always been this feeling of mortality right around the corner with me. Rumblings about my early departure don't surprise me. From the time I was 45 years old, I've gotten reports. But as Mark Twain said, rumors of my death are greatly exaggerated. There are people even inside the organization wondering idly what's going to happen to the Church of Satan when I'm gone. Who's going to take over? Very supportive types, practically rubbing their hands together in anticipation. I don't worry about that. Satanism is here to stay, and the Church of Satan will take care of itself. I'm amused by the progression of dismal tales about me. First, they said, he died young, or he compromised his vision and gave up on the whole idea. Then, since they found out I'm still around, it's been, well, he's not in the best of health, you know. I suppose as I get older and am still around, they'll have to say something like, well, he's crazy, you know. He doesn't remember so good and has been off his rocker for years. It gets comical. Certain people would really rather be basking in the glory of my demise. LaVey says he has distilled his life to include only a handful of people who are willing to commit themselves fully to LaVey's demonic directions. LaVey jokes that those closest to him call him Dr. LaVey, Doc, or Herr Doctor, as a term of respect, while people he hardly knows and probably wouldn't want to know make it Anton from the start. For those who enter his immediate circle of associates, LaVey makes a demanding taskmaster. It seems his own personal demons are even more merciless. There's always too little time for a man like LaVey, who finds he can usually only sleep in 4-hour stretches. There are so many books to get out, recordings to do, music to play and listen to. LaVey recognizes his audience will always be limited and says he wouldn't have it any other way. He laughingly recalls that some of his well-meaning friends and relatives could never quite appreciate LaVey's satanic endeavors, commenting that it was such a shame Anton turned out the way he did. He could have been such a brilliant painter, musician, organ repairman, among the alternatives that have been suggested. If only he applied himself. I don't try to please anyone but myself anymore. Maybe when I was younger it was different, but now I'm getting fed up with what people think. I've been accused of contriving my appearance for dramatic effect, wearing my beard and shaving my head. I shaved off my beard once just to see what it looked like. I upset more people without the beard. Less approachable. The consensus seemed to be that I looked more diabolical with the beard, but more intrinsically evil without it. You can't win. I wear the beard and the shaven head because I think I look best that way. People expect certain things of you and will rip you to shreds if you don't give them what they expect. What we expect of LaVey, what we project on him, is fed by a blend of LaVey's native attributes and his own early identification with the ultimate outcast rebel, Satan. It isn't so far-fetched that LaVey would match our vision of that legendary figure. If we apply the principle of Socratic ideals, the stronger the thought wave, or the more waves there are directed at a consistent image of an ideal, the stronger the archetype becomes. The archetype of Satan has been created and developed in one name or another since the beginning of time. Anton taps into so much of what that archetype encompasses that he has grown into the role, the ideal, the metaphor of Satan. Could LaVey be so attuned that he taps into the metaphysical powers assigned to that archetype as well? Certain powers may be at LaVey's disposal, but to satisfy the natural balance, something is also demanded in return. The sorrows of Satan. As LaVey predicted in his satanic rituals, 1984 was a significant year for him, both personally and organizationally. Despite increased avenues to express his views with its resultant reactionary feedback, LaVey experienced terrible emotional upheaval. If contentment leads to soft wits, and pain and increased cynicism is what it takes to sharpen verbal and mental skills, mine have certainly been sharpened over the past few years. It seems LaVey, irrevocably true to his satanic archetype, is destined to remain eternally alone, unable to share his memories or past with any woman. Marilyn and Jane are gone. LaVey's first wife, Carol, died in 1975. In 1984, after 24 eventful years together, Diane decided she no longer wanted to be part of LaVey's world. Amid accusations of physical violence against her and attempts to force the sale and division of all LaVey's property, Diane has gone on to fill a range of office administrative positions, changing her name and attempting to divorce herself completely from her past with LaVey. LaVey has been haunted by a recurring nightmare of searching and searching in a crowded, immense movie palace, or a frenetic Mardi Gras for the woman he's with, and not being able to find her. His dream conveys an almost childlike fear of being alone. Yet, LaVey makes the strong distinction between wanting to be around people and wanting to be with carefully selected persons. In actuality, he has a strong need to be alone, to feel alone, set apart from the mainstream. I never minded the vision of myself as an old man, wandering alone through a large old house or castle, strolling down long dark hallways, with only my echoing footsteps as company. I guess maybe it's been a secret dream of mine from the time I was a boy. LaVey's world is self-indulgent, hedonistic, elitist, yet also brutal, opinionated, extreme. He needs no other humans to populate it, so any who come into his immediate circle enter understanding LaVey's emotional/psychological inaccessibility and distance. LaVey has little faith in the value of hyacinths, seldom tolerating any wool gathering among his ranks. It has been said LaVey has a tendency to universalize his own experiences, his own beliefs, his own fetishes, and project them onto the world around him. But he expects these attitudes to be catered to among his intimates. While he is generally extremely supportive of those around him, he could become pathologically critical over what others might see as inconsequential. Before one knows it, LaVey becomes almost brutally puritanical in his purism. He gives strict, detailed directives and expects his orders to be followed to the letter, even at the expense of the person's own physical, psychological, or financial health. Though LaVey places back-breaking and ego-breaking demands on his students and volunteers, demanding more and more output with each task completed, he recognizes that if I don't do it, someone, probably far less qualified, will. But, as LaVey is quick to add, no one put a gun to anyone's head. If LaVey's people stay with him, and he maintains many relationships stretching back several decades, it's because of the loyalty and allegiance he evokes in them. LaVey recognizes that perhaps his true strength, that people seek from him to add to their own lives, is exactly that. His strength, mastery, and discipline. I've never been sorry because I was too mean to someone, only for being too nice. As he grows older, LaVey allows himself the luxury of being harsher and more demanding of people, and more selective. Every day I think less and less of what others are going to think. I don't care what people say about me. What are they going to say? That I'm mad? That I'm wrong about the way the world really is? That I'm an evil, murderous mastermind? That I'm too extreme? That I'm a greasy, slimy Jew gypsy roustabout who looks at the world through a carny's eyes? They can think what they like. At least I'm not pretentious and I'm not stupid. And when someone comes along who can play the kind of music I play in the style I play it, they can come see me after supper and we'll talk about it. As for all those other things, I've made it a policy never to deny anything. I'm people's worst nightmares, and more. I don't want to give anyone the satisfaction that they have me all figured out, that they know everything about me and have all the answers. If people only knew. I've always loved that ubiquitous Johnson Smith Company ad copy. Imagine the expression on their faces. That's a kind of leitmotif that has tempted me into most of the heinous, evil, or disreputable things I've ever done. Just imagine people's reaction if they ever found out. But they won't. It began a mystery. I want it to end that way. No one ever gets to know Anton LaVey. If you're lucky, you glimpse enough to know that you don't know much about him. If you're unlucky, judged untrustworthy in his eyes, you'll be unfortunate enough to walk away smugly, thinking you've plumbed the depths. In either case, you walk away from meeting Anton Szandor LaVey, knowing you've had a unique experience, floating out of his presence, usually just as the sun is rising, heady with the speculation he has invited into your life by immersing you in his world. Your mind lingers on special secrets he has shared with you alone, because he knows you can understand it. But when all is said and done, one only knows about LaVey what he chooses to reveal. He is the last mystery man, and the tradition of Howard Hughes, B. Traven, Basil Zaharoff. At the same time, a paradox and a reconciliation, a puzzle and an answer. A man you know you should hate, but somehow meeting him, listening to him play, crack jokes, and voice ideas that you yourself have felt for so long, you'd feel ridiculous calling LaVey an evil monster. And each step you take away from him into the cold dawn leaves you more comfortable, yet more empty inside. More than ruling the world, gaining credit for what he's done, or rallying followers to his cause, Anton LaVey wants to be left alone. That's all he's ever wanted. As you walk, you realize he's not a rabble-rouser, not a shit disturber, not a speech maker. He wants to write, play, and create as he wishes, to enjoy the few people and unique material pleasures he has gathered around him over the years of his life. Simple desires which would find sympathy in any human heart. And then you stop in mid-stride, suddenly recalling with crystal clarity an Eastern proverb, apocryphally credited to the 9 unknown men. Lie to a liar, for lies are his coin. Steal from a thief, 'tis easy you'll find. Trick a trickster, and win the first time. But beware of the man who has no axe to grind. Chapter 21. Dance Macabre. One of Anton LaVey's friends, famed Hollywood historian Richard Lamparski, once commented that Anton seemed destined for a life of extremes. Moderation was not a watchword in his vocabulary. This was especially true during LaVey's final years. As the scope and international reach of his influence grew more potent, his longtime partner, Diane Hegarty, initiated court proceedings against him that would eventually force the sale of his beloved Black House. The year this biography was released, LaVey's youngest daughter, Zena, the same blonde toddler who sat so proudly upon the devil's altar for the first public satanic baptism, disowned her father, eventually publishing vile accusations of abuse. Even as LaVey was publishing more, recording more, and granting some of the best interviews of his career, his health deteriorated. In 1995, he had a sudden death experience and was resurrected. Unlike many men who have beaten unique paths through the underbrush of propriety and complacency, LaVey lived long enough to see glimmerings of his influence on films, fashion, magic, and music. He even welcomed a woman into his life and started a new family. The day his son was born, he said, was the happiest day of his life. But, as I wrote earlier, it seems something is always demanded in return for such happiness, in order to satisfy the natural balance. Anton LaVey's last years may have been his most fulfilling, but they were also the most painful. I ended this biography in 1990, 24 years ago. While LaVey was energized by the burgeoning interest in Satanism, much of it a backlash to the ridiculous accusations of human sacrifices and baby breeders spouted on daytime talk shows and nighttime investigator reports, he was resigned to personal isolation and loneliness. Diane, the woman he loved for 24 years, who had been with him throughout the founding and early development of the Church of Satan, had left him in 1984 on Walpurgisnacht. She was already lodging accusations of abuse in court against him, trying to force property divisions, even though they were never married. His daughters were distant. LaVey felt betrayed and bereft. By the time we concluded our work on this book, Anton LaVey and I realized there would be much more to our relationship. He began to trust again. Our passions, habits, and directions seemed to merge perfectly over time, and he began to share more of his secrets. He had already granted me access to his life in order to write this book. Now, he began to open his heart. Anton warned me early on that if I chose to be with him, it wouldn't always be paradise, and I'd be signing on for the duration. He didn't want more heartache if I decided things became too demanding or distasteful or frightening. But I've never been a dilettante. When I commit, I jump in with both feet, whooping and wriggling. I had admired Anton LaVey since I first read his biography when I was 12 years old. Now, having intimately examined his life and becoming increasingly indispensable, the world's most notorious black magician was inviting me into his realm, to be my mentor, my lover, taking me to the edges of sanity and physical endurance. The possibilities and challenges promised were irresistible. I signed over my soul and blood, knowing that my infernal pact had already been sealed years before. I moved into the Black House in January 1989. The Secret Life of a Satanist was well received and well timed. I gave several television and radio interviews, adding to the growing cynicism about recovered memories of terrifying satanic ritual abuse, and a whole host of atrocities purported by counselors. Irresponsible therapists were encouraging obscene fantasies, getting rich off deluded lunatics' health insurance during that period of mass hysteria, roughly between 1984 and 1995. That has since been termed the Satanic Panic. It was finally the insurance companies who stepped in and did some of the most thorough investigations and debunking. When insurance companies refused to pay any more of the multi-million-dollar claims for intensive therapy and hospitalization for satanic ritual survivors, the accusations dried up. The FBI in 1992 also spent hundreds of man-hours investigating claims of criminal activity supposedly linked to various satanic groups. They found nothing and published a comprehensive, vehement denial of all accusations. The true believers dismissed the FBI Lanning report, insisting that most high-level law enforcement agencies were already infiltrated by satanic forces. Slowly, the perpetrators of these ridiculous claims slunk off the national stage, many evaporating into obscurity, a few turning up later with similar but equally horrendous survivor stories. At least one posed as a Holocaust survivor, Barnyard Babe, Lauren Stratford. Anton LaVey's policy during the height of the satanic hysteria was to encourage what few glimmers of rationality he found by granting select interviews and tapping competent Church of Satan representatives to elbow their way into various talk shows to try to challenge the high-waste excrement being shoveled. Though he was offered a significant amount of money to appear on some of these geek shows, LaVey felt it would lend far too much legitimacy to their claims to have the high priest of Satan appear on television to match wits with delusional psychotics. He maintained a position of cynical bemusement over the entire affair, and knew that it would eventually die of its own absurdity. There were soon a handful of books published by psychologists explaining away the hysteria. While not defending Satanism per se, they were profoundly angry that the media seemed hell-bent on encouraging these destructive fantasies. Some of these authors appeared on talk shows to explain the ego needs of certain types of people who want to be known as survivors. At that time, many accusations were being used to tear families apart. Child Protective Services would be called in for allegations of satanic abuse, antagonistic parents used in such stories in divorce cases, and far too many innocent people were being thrown in jail in the turbulence of this modern-day witch hunt. When it was finally revealed that much of the madness originated from a handful of Christian evangelical police officers who were making money, giving instructive seminars to other officers, that the police were as complicit in concocting these fictional violent Satanists as were the false counselors and talk show hosts, the whole satanic panic came to a fairly abrupt, embarrassing end. Instead of wasting his creative energy defending himself to a brain-dead TV audience, LaVey concentrated on getting his books and music out to a more eclectic market, one greedy for satanic wisdom. LaVey's strategy was to show people the positive, indulgent, sardonic aspects of Satanism, rather than to entertain the befuddled masses with high-pitched protestations of innocence. He continued to inflame the unimaginative with his essays, narrated death scenes, a fascinating forensic film by Nick Bougas, and completed another video containing exclusive footage of LaVey speaking his mind, playing music, and cracking wise. These were all enthusiastically received by a growing underground attracted to a darker aesthetic and returned to evocative music. All manner of freaks and free thinkers found their way to the Black House, crediting Anton LaVey for creating an umbrella organization for their decadence and outrage. Artists, politicians, performers, musicians, eccentric businessmen all drew courage and inspiration from this modern-day C.A. Rotwang behind our foreboding, barbed-topped fence. Yet, Anton seldom revealed his personal challenges to those who drew strength from him. He understood what it was to be an icon, and didn't want his problems to obscure his accomplishments when his history was written. LaVey faced various attacks during his last years, health issues, and petty, vengeful souls, but felt it was below him to focus attention on those tedious aspects of his existence. In 1990, the onslaughts were hitting him on 3 fronts at once, even as the original printing of this biography was going to press. Ex-partner Diane Hegarty initiated the main complications. She had requested restraining orders against Anton since 1985 and continued to hound him in various court proceedings. She was making demands for video dispositions and inventories of personal property, fodder for those eager to nose into his private affairs. LaVey began to drag his feet on her legal requests, hoping Diane and her series of contingency lawyers will become discouraged enough to leave him alone. We received letters almost weekly, demanding outlandish payments and property Diane didn't deserve. Brash and brilliant filmmaker Kenneth Anger, longtime magical comrade of LaVey's who lived in the Black House for a time in the early 1990s, impatiently urged Diane to stop burning your bra and just come home. Carla, Anton's older daughter, who had been living in Amsterdam for several years, moved back to the States about 1985, partly because of some tempting business opportunities, but largely because her father needed her emotional support. Though she didn't move back into the Black House until a year before he died, she stayed nearby, and we went to Carla's apartment for dinner every week or two. Her dad appreciated her encouragement and perspective. Zena, on the other hand, seemed to grow ever distant. Though she had been supportive of her father, even credited with writing the introduction to a new release of The Satanic Witch, she was increasingly torn by the conflict between her mother and father. Anton told me in 1989 that he'd never felt closer to his youngest daughter. Though she had lived in the Black House earlier with her young son, Stanton, she was then living in Los Angeles, pursuing an acting career. For the first time, Zena seemed interested in the Church of Satan and genuinely prideful about her dad's accomplishments. They spent long hours talking on the phone about her aspirations, boyfriends, raising Stanton. LaVey took pride in his daughter, introducing her to various influential contacts in Hollywood. But the more her father did for her, the more resentful Zena seemed to become. She made a few television appearances, representing Satanism well, but she grew huffy about doing publicity for her father. It was inconvenient and below her station. She started a short-lived mail-order enterprise called The Black House, marketing satanic books and items of interest. Though Anton encouraged her, granting her exclusive distribution rights to some of his early writings and recordings, even including flyers for her business in our general information packets, Zena felt her father was too critical of her. Bolstered by a bitter mother and her new boyfriend, Zena began to concoct a mythology for herself in which her own importance far surpassed her father's. She went to dinner with him one evening and suggested, for her father's safety, that Anton retire to the Swiss Alps or somewhere equally blissful, and allow her to take over the Church of Satan for him. The satanic frenzy was still hot, LaVey was getting old, and Zena felt that newer administration for the church was neglecting many of the founding members of the organization. Anton declined her offer. Within a few months of this conversation, Zena claimed she ritually severed herself from her father, writing a letter to a known LaVey detractor, disowning her surname, establishing her contempt for her unfather. By the end of 1989, she had turned her back on LaVey, never to speak to him again. The betrayals of his loved ones began to take a physical toll on LaVey. Because of Diane's ever-present legal harassment, Anton had to sell off many of his prized collectibles, items he had treasured since childhood. The constant worry and strain began to further weaken his heart, already damaged by the fever he had contracted in Europe as a teenager. LaVey had known from his early 50s that unless he agreed to have the valves replaced, the condition would only get worse. He knew his body best and felt artificial valves might be rejected or become infected, causing complications. Anton made the fateful decision not to have the valves replaced. In 1990, he began to feel the effects of that decision. He was hospitalized twice in that year. After some time, his cardiologist was finally able to find a drug combination that would ease the swelling of his heart and keep his rhythm fairly stable. Though Anton's health was compromised, his vigor continued unchecked. He was making exciting contacts on various fronts, sharing time and granting interviews to those who highlighted his blasphemy, his encyclopedic knowledge, and his devilish humor. Despite, or because of, the satanic hysteria still raging through Bible-thumping Middle America, the high priest was garnering increasing support from heretics in the U.S. and around the world. LaVey's first essay collection, The Devil's Notebook, was published in 1992 by Adam Parfrey's Feral House. Adam and Anton met through mutual friends and hit it off immediately, speaking in code of obscure references to odd crimes, social movements, and outrageous characters as if they'd been friends for centuries. I've met no one else who can match Anton's wide-ranging knowledge of the darkest corners of human existence as Adam Parfrey could. When Parfrey heard that Anton had a manuscript he'd put together years ago, just waiting to find the right person to bring it to reality, Adam enthusiastically agreed to publish The Devil's Notebook. It contained such treasures as the importance of keeping a secret, music for the ritual chamber, and clothes make the slave. In his introduction to the book, LaVey described his philosophy. My brand of Satanism is the ultimate conscious alternative to herd mentality and institutionalized thought. It is a studied and contrived set of principles and exercises designed to liberate individuals from a contagion of mindlessness that destroys innovation. I have termed my thought Satanism because it is most stimulating under that name. Self-discipline and motivation are affected more easily under stimulating conditions. Satanism means the opposition and epitomizes all symbols of nonconformity. Satanism calls forth the strong ability to turn a liability into an advantage, so turn alienation into exclusivity. In other words, the reason it's called Satanism is because it's fun, it's accurate, and it's productive. Around this time, the singer/popular historian/filmmaker Nick Bugis directed a delightfully evocative video about LaVey entitled Speak of the Devil. Like Satanist before, the film captures LaVey's eclectic range. He is seen joking about the Johnson Smith catalog of novelties, playing circus anthems and lusty burlesque music at the keyboards, expounding on the grand spectrum of human perversities and evoking the dark gods. There is extensive footage of LaVey in the Black House, including shots of the notorious front ritual chamber, where the satanic wedding and baptisms took place, as well as footage of the Den of Iniquity, where Anton displayed many of his artificial human companions, lounging lasciviously next to the Hammond organ or passed out at the bar next to the Rockola jukebox. Through Nick Bugis, we made another valued contact around this time. He introduced us to the dashing team of artist Coop and his impressive partner, later wife, Ruth Waits. Coop had developed a bold style, expressing his jaded humor and cultural obsessions using jarring colors and defiantly naughty images. As soon as we met, we saw that both Coop and Ruth fully appreciated the carny audaciousness blended with dark romanticism that is the essence of Satanism. LaVey and Coop shared a boyish enthusiasm for plump, oversexed women, as well as for cars and guns. Ruth, like Jane Mansfield before her, delighted in waggling her considerable assets in the faces of flustered gentlemen, all the while possessing a keen intelligence and subtle heart. Since Coop was already well known for his stylish devil girls, he created a garish, bally-type poster for the Church of Satan in 1996, combining sensuality with the devil's flair for showmanship. Since Anton LaVey's death, Ruth has remained a sincere friend, a source of strength, and no bullshit advice I depend on. Diabolical spirits continued to flock to LaVey. Another excellent interview/article originally published in 1992 and included in Splatterpunks 2 in 1995 appeared in Jim and Debbie Goad's insightful and ever-inciting Answer Me zine. Enlivened by the Goads' misanthropy and elitist sympathies, LaVey opened up, expounding on his satanic attitudes toward masochistic consumerism, his disdain for stupidity and shit disturbers, and the necessity for a sense of humor. I think a satanic figure that would be humorless would be intolerable, said LaVey. That old adage that I laugh that I might not cry, I think applies to Satan. Because concerning the sorrows of Satan, his dismay at seeing this fucked up kind of world would necessitate that he had to have a sense of humor, or some kind of outlet for his dismay, or for what would be devastating to him. Jim Goad concluded the article with a quote from LaVey regarding the nobility of animals. I wouldn't squash a spider, but I could kill a human being. A spider is being the best spider he could be. He's fulfilling his purpose as a spider. He meshes perfectly with nature's overall scheme. Nothing in nature is wasted, and I can't say the same about people. Another valued contact from this time was Boyd Rice. We first saw his name as the primary source in a book called Incredibly Strange Films, a research book published by Andrea Juno and V. Vale. Anton was delighted when he found the book. Being an avid collector of strange, oddball, overlooked, unappreciated films, underappreciated, he had said many times there should be a comprehensive source book for such movies. And that's exactly what Incredibly Strange Films is. Vale and Juno eventually approached LaVey with an idea for a project, perhaps an interview in an upcoming book they were developing on the modern primitive movement. Piercings, body modification and ritualized scarring, bloodletting, etc. The team was putting on a film series in San Francisco and invited us to attend several events. At one such evening, perhaps the one showcasing Ted V. Michaels, we met the infamous Boyd Rice, industrial musician and prankster extraordinaire. Anton and Boyd hit it off famously from that first night. We developed a standing meeting on Wednesday nights after dinner and when Boyd was living in San Francisco. We'd watch rare old films, listen to Dr. LaVey play, and share ideas until dawn. After escorting him back down the dimly lit hallway to the front door and saying goodbye, I'd watched Boyd through the peephole in the front door, striding across the street toward Geary, swinging his Barnabas Collins cane through the pre-dawn mist. Through Boyd, we met Adam Parfrey and Nicholas Schreck of Radio Werewolf, who eventually married Xena many years later. Schreck was originally going out with a lovely woman named Fiona, living in downtown San Francisco in a well-appointed apartment with deep red velvets and cemetery rubbings, complete with an authentic satanic altar acquired from an early church member. It was Boyd who finally persuaded Anton to record some of his lengthy sessions at the keyboard. Being a musical pioneer himself, Boyd was chilled at the idea that LaVey's music was going unheard by those who could appreciate it most. America was on the verge of a musical rejuvenation. It was called lounge music, bachelor pad music, or cocktail music. But whatever it was called, kids were scouring the record bins at thrift stores for hits by Sinatra, Russ Columbo, Little Peggy March, Helen Morgan, Martin Denny, and other popular American artists from the 30s, 40s, and 50s. Rice felt it was important for others to appreciate LaVey's musical style and encyclopedic repertoire. We met Greg Turkington of Amarillo Records, who was also enthusiastic about getting Dr. LaVey's music out to a wider audience. And by the end of 1993, a couple of Anton's recordings were finally available. But that was just one change among many during that pivotal year in Anton's life. The legal battle with Diane stumbled forward. On August 5, 1991, Miss Hegarty had been granted a comically inflated judgment totaling in excess of nearly $1 million. The Black House and all the treasured artifacts therein were ordered to be sold within 60 days, with all the proceeds going to Miss Hegarty and her lawyers. The fact that the judge who signed the order was a notorious Catholic feminist was presumed irrelevant. LaVey had no choice but to retreat to bankruptcy court. By the beginning of 1993, one of Anton's longtime comrades, San Francisco hotelier and multimillionaire Donald Werby, was willing to buy the Black House and allow the Black Pope to live there. Although Diane was disappointed with the arrangement, she made it clear to friends she wanted Anton out on the sidewalk. She was pleased with the $240,000 she received. Their agreement allowed Anton to abort the bankruptcy proceedings. Though he would now have to pay rent and was understandably bitter, with the resolution of legal entanglements with Diane, our situation seemed more secure than it had been in all the time we lived together. We decided it was time to have a child. I knew I'd be left to regret it all my life if we didn't have a child together. A month after I met Anton LaVey, he wrote me a heartfelt letter making his intentions clear. I was moving to San Francisco, and I would be included in his life. From our first moments together, we knew there was something unique and enduring between us. We joked that it was almost as if we had arranged to meet each other in this life, even though we missed a couple of decades in the age department. We never felt the difference. The night we met, May Day, 1984, he enchanted me with music I'd always heard in my head, but was never able to find on a recording. I was excited to meet him, to say the least. Having admired him for so many years, I expected to find a man in his declining years, maybe a little chubby, maybe a slightly highly pitched voice, perhaps a bit full of himself. Such little imperfections wouldn't have diminished my admiration for him. I mostly wanted to shake his hand, to thank him for formulating and advocating a philosophy that had helped keep me sane. Instead, I found Anton LaVey to be sincere, erudite, and thoroughly disarming. From that night, I realized Anton had a gift for creating a presence of mystery and portent around him, like a magnetic field, almost palpable. He hugged me hello, and I breathed deeply of his distinctive, intoxicating scent. Old wood, male musk, ancient books and leather. We kissed in the hellish sunset glow on the parapet overlooking the cliff house. From that moment, I knew I could never leave him. Anton embodied the confidence, intelligence, and dangerous intensity I found impossibly compelling. Over the ensuing years, I provided him with youthful enthusiasm and energy, encouraged his most blasphemous opinions and obsessions, and grew to be his buffer between our citadel and the often ugly, depressing world beyond the gates of the Black House. We brought out the devil in each other. Like Barrymore and so many other poetic souls before him, LaVey was drawn into the sordid and seedy. He had an insatiable and playful sexuality, and lived out his sybaritic pleasures, which was only fitting for the high priest of earthly delights. Our personalities and minds meshed so well, we wanted to produce our own eugenic experiment. That decided, life went on for us. There was a lush fashion layout published in a San Francisco magazine called The Nose, which included vivid photos of Anton at his keyboards, holding an intimidating blade, and one with his prized 1936 cord. The photographer slipped me into that one. Though I have few pictures of the two of us together, I was usually the one taking the photos. This particular photo remains close to my heart. Even though there are 3 people pictured, a fetching blonde was included for heightened sensual appeal, our son was present, even then squirming mischievously inside me. On November 1st, 1993, the Day of the Dead in Latino cultures, Satan Xerxes Karnacki LaVey was born. His father was overwhelmed at the tiny bundle of life. Anton's doctor said later he was a changed man after Xerxes came along, that he added precious years to Anton's life. Xerxes gave him someone to delight, a reason to keep going. A woman involved in The Nose photo shoot hooked us up with Greg Turkington, who was enthusiastic about getting Anton's music into the hands of an eager audience. The year Xerxes was born, LaVey released Honolulu Baby and Answer Me on vinyl to see if there was a market. It quickly sold out. Plans were made for a longer album, and the 10-inch Strange Music album was released in 1994, as well as a re-release of the Satanic Mass, which was a recording of authentic Church of Satan rituals and recitations originally issued in 1968. Harking back to the flood of men's magazines which covered the female nude altars and lust ceremonies when the church first emerged, an intriguing article appeared in High Society in 1994, written by erotic showman Bob Johnson. There was also a lengthy article in the works for the eclectic magazine Ben is Dead. We were spending time acquainting ourselves with our son, eating at our favorite restaurants, sharing time with friends, and indulging in the occasional gun show at the Cow Palace. That was quite a sight. This overblown blonde swaying on 4-inch heels, pushing a baby stroller amongst the Lugers and Colts, thumbing through the Paladin press books on how to be your own undertaker, accompanied by the notorious High Priest of Satan. Not everyone recognized Anton LaVey, thankfully, but he always knew how to apply that compelling command to look, and those who did recognize him were usually admiring and discreet. On February 22nd, 1995, we were expecting to have a friend and local church official over for dinner. Just before we began to get ready for the evening, Xerxes took his first steps. He hadn't been in any hurry to walk, hadn't even seemed very intent on practicing along couches and tables as most babies do. But that day, all at once, he was up. His dad was having a hard time leaning over and keeping up with him. He wanted to speed around so quickly. We hurriedly shot some video of the grand moment, Xerxes beaming with pride at his accomplishment, and us beaming right back. By the time our friend showed up, Xerxes was exhausted, sleeping peacefully in his crib. We ordered Chinese food, and while we ate, we listened to the master tape of Anton's latest album, a full-length CD called Satan Takes a Holiday. As we sat at the dinner table and the cramped kitchen of the Black House, talking about the debilitating effects of MSG, Anton suddenly closed his eyes and slumped sideways. As soon as we realized Anton had passed out, our friend sprang to the phone to call 911, and I was trying to help Anton regain consciousness. Our guest had to juggle through a Marx Brothers array of phones. We had a non-operational phone from the 1920s sitting beside the real one on an antique operating table in the next room. He got the operator and told her our address. By this time, I was shaking Anton, screaming at him not to die, that his son needed him, and I needed him. He seemed to respond slightly, but it was as if he was in a deep sleep from which he couldn't rouse himself. The 911 operator told us to get him flat on the ground and begin CPR, which we did. I told our friend to lock the cats in the bathroom and quickly explained how to use the security buzzer on the front gate. He went to watch for the ambulance. As I rhythmically breathed and paused for the man who was my entire world, Anton seemed to take a big, shuddering breath, then another. I kept yelling to him how much I loved him, how much he couldn't leave us, as if speaking down a deep well, not knowing whether he could hear me or not. The paramedics were there in record time, about 5 minutes, and scooted me away to do their job. I went to the next room to take care of the now awakened Xerxes. Our dinner guest was forced back into the corner by the keyboards and the rush of emergency personnel and equipment. He had the best view of what life-saving techniques were going on. All I could see were large firemen's backs. I found out later that Anton was flatlined when the paramedics arrived. They shocked him 3 times before they got a response. One emergency worker was disturbed, he later told Anton's doctor, because even though LaVey was flatlined, he reached up and grabbed at the EMT's throats when he leaned over him. The medical team struggled to get Anton out of the house on a stretcher, maneuvering around the bulky antiques and Anton's remaining collection of oddities down the narrow red-lit hallway. They were taking him to the UCSF Medical Center. We let the cats out of the bathroom, gathered up the baby, and sped out behind them, only getting lost once along the way. They brought him directly to the cardiac ICU, and our friend kept Xerxes amused and distracted while I hovered in and out of the unit, talking to doctors and glimpsing Anton when they'd let me. Our guest left the hospital about 2 or 3 a.m. I stayed until 5 or 6, when the staff urged me to get some sleep. Anton was stabilized and would need me later. I went home to a quiet, lonely house. The paramedics left discarded needles, syringe wrappings, and flexible plastic hoses in their wake, along with the expensive black silk jacket and shirt they'd cut off Anton's body for speedy access. I cleaned up the kitchen, throwing away the Chinese food the cats hadn't eaten. Xerxes was exhausted and ready to sleep. I lay on the couch near him and tried to chase the spiraling fears from my mind. I called my parents to help me take care of Xerxes, anticipating I'd have to spend most of my hours at the hospital. They got the next flight out and arrived at UCSF Med Center later that morning, after I'd returned there. The doctors gave me an update. Anton had what they called a sudden death experience. As best they could tell, he had an episode of severe tachycardia, when the heart races too fast and inefficiently to pump blood to the brain. The brain had too little oxygen to function, and Anton passed out. The attending doctor calmly explained that it was likely that, because of oxygen deprivation, Anton would lose some of his memory, and possibly some of his functions, depending on how extensively the brain was damaged. They would have to wait until he was more alert to do an assessment. I nodded, numbly. I rolled Xerxes in his stroller back and forth along the endless hospital hallway, pacing blindly, trying to remember the last song I heard Anton play, the last joke he told, trying to embed them in my memory, in case I'd never hear him play or speak again. I sat with him for the next few days, listening to the whooshing and beeping of various monitors and regulators, the quiet laughter and conversations from the nurses' station, wondering what our life would be like now. Anton began to wake sporadically. He'd mutter, "Oh shit," and start pulling at the tube going into his nose. I'd hold his hand and gently tell him what had happened, where he was and why, tell him to rest. He'd look confused for a bit, then drift back to sleep. Gradually, over the course of those first 2 days, he began to focus on who I was, and said he had no recollection of anything that had happened. I didn't quiz him to see how his memory was, but he seemed to be coming around, and the doctors were pleased that he had apparently, magically, lost no function of limbs or body. The next day I brought Xerxes to see him. "Hi, pal," Anton said, recognizing him immediately. "Why don't you take him down to the casino to see the slot machines?" His perception still somewhat hazy, but improved. That night, when I sneaked home to get some sleep, I got a frantic call from the night nurse telling me I'd better come back to the ICU right away. I'd rushed back to find Anton sitting on a chair by the window in his room, nearly naked. He ripped off the IV and oxygen and was determined to go home. He'd been running up and down the halls looking for where they'd hidden his clothes. It had taken 3 security guards to get him back in his room. He's remarkably strong. Are you sure the age you listed is correct? The nurse asked as we peeked into his room. His hands and forearms are so muscular. He's played the keyboards for 3 or 4 hours every day for most of his life, I replied absently, easing into his room. Hi. I slid past the bed, glancing at a discarded straitjacket lying there. What's going on? These people won't let me leave. I want to get my clothes and get out of here, he said with conviction. I checked myself into this place, and I can leave whenever I want to. I have your clothes at home. I rubbed his back. You can't leave yet. You've been very sick, and they have to make sure you're okay. Do you remember what happened? I remember exactly what happened, he said. I remember I finally agreed to those tests they wanted me to take. I remember walking up the front steps and checking myself in. My clothes are right in the next room. I just want to get out of here. You've got to go get my clothes. Honey, you've got to trust me. That's not what happened. You've been very sick. You need to get better. Eventually, a particularly caring nurse and I were able to help him calm down enough to get back into bed. She gave him a gentle massage and asked him about his children. They had to sedate and restrain him for the rest of the night, and said he was very resistant to the drugs. They weaned him off the heavy sedation as he gradually progressed through the necessary levels of healing over the next few days. At times, he thought we were in Las Vegas. I was auditioning for a singing job. Or aboard ship. He complimented the nurse on the excellent shipboard food. It wasn't until many years later, when I went through my mother's death from cancer, that I understood Anton was probably reacting to the opiates they had him on. When she was in the hospital for surgery, my mother had visions she'd been in a terrible car accident and was paralyzed, and that one of the nurses had threatened to kill her. Someone finally told us that some people react to certain opiates with paranoid delusions. But no one bothered to tell me what Anton was going through at the time. We just assumed it had to do with his traumatized state. Eventually, there came a time when he was no longer hallucinating, and we marveled at what he'd been through. When we went to a follow-up visit with Anton's doctor after he was released from the hospital, Anton's main complaint was a pain in his chest. He asked the doctor if it was normal for people who've gone through what he went through. His doctor replied, I don't know. Less than 7% of the people who have a SDE at home survive to ask that question. The cardiologist said I saved his life with CPR, but I credited his extreme force of will for keeping him alive. Anton never remembered that anything that had happened that day leading up to the attack. He also said he hadn't seen any tunnels or white lights or angels. We joked that now that he'd died and been resurrected, he could start his own religion. He never wrote much about his sudden death or mentioned it to many people. When he did write about it, he only said his death was the most unmemorable experience of his life. Both of us responded to his near death in different ways. I immediately wanted to have another baby. I don't know why. I don't quite know why. Life in the face of death. To give him more to hang on to. To give Xerxes a brother or sister while we could. Probably all of the above and more. Anton didn't agree, but promised me if he were still around in the year 2000, he'd make sure we'd have another child. One of the first things Anton did after being released from the hospital was to write a will. He was rather superstitious about wills and provisions for death, but he'd had a close call and realized that, since we weren't married, he wanted to make sure Xerxes was provided for. He assumed a handwritten will declaring his intentions clearly would be all I'd need. It's dated March 9th, 1995, and simply reads, "This is to state that upon my bodily death, all writings, artwork, property and/or holdings shall be controlled by Blanche Densley Barton as executor of my estate. Whatever dispersals she chooses to make regarding the above shall be with authority granted by myself to do so. Further, any moneys or other profits made by my earthly endeavors or holdings are to be held for my son Xerxes until he is capable of handling his own affairs, unless Blanche Barton deems otherwise. Anton Xander LaVey." He had mentioned to me that, specifically, he wanted Carla to have his 1936 Cord and his Whitney Wolverine, a rare gun. Beyond that, he trusted me to divide things as the situation dictated at the time of his inevitable demise. Xena had already disowned him years earlier, but he always held out hope they'd reconcile one day. Carla had also chosen to be out of our lives at that time and hadn't responded to her father's overtures and requests to see her. But he knew that I would act according to his wishes if things changed between them. Carla had her own life and was never directly involved in the running of the organization during the time I was with Anton. So she spent long months at a time not calling or contacting us, even though she still lived in the area. Anton also gave me a proclamation on June 21st, 1995, appointing me officially as the High Priestess of the Church of Satan, even though I had been acting in that capacity and acknowledged as such for many years. According to the bylaws of the corporation, however, I needed a document declaring me the High Priestess so that I could take over the organization legally if LaVey should become incapacitated. We had every confidence that, with those two pieces of paper, Xerxes and I would be duly protected and provided for when the inevitable came. Having already experienced the San Francisco justice system, we should have known better. Satan Takes a Holiday, Anton LaVey's quirky and intimate full-length CD of some great American songs, was released later in 1995, garnering impressive reviews and airtime from a wide variety of counterculture quarters. Interviews, including the Ben is Dead article, continued to be published about the high priest and the church, and few of our cohorts even knew what Anton had been through. We also found it was time for some restructuring of the organization. In 1975, LaVey had disbanded the grotto system, which is what he called groups of Satanists ritualizing and working together on a local level. Administering the grottos had become too cumbersome and seemed to be an increasing forum for friction instead of the supportive, exciting local groups they should be. And increasingly, though, there were members who wanted to gather together for local meetings and study groups. We got letters weekly from groups like the Church of Dark Souls, Brethren of Darkness, Temple of Baphomet, Angel of Light Assembly, and others asking if and how they should start a grotto. Usually, if Anton trusted the person to do an adequate job, he'd agree to let them, but usually cautioned, "You'll be sorry." The groups seldom got off the ground, or if they did, members would begin draping themselves with embarrassing titles, jockeying for position with the group, and the whole thing would blow up in the misguided leader's face within a few short months. When I published The Church of Satan, I included a chapter of guidelines for grottos and groups, explaining a bit how to form your group and what to expect, but members longed for something more formalized. There was a revolution on the horizon. As the internet grew, more and more Church of Satan members were contacting each other online, getting together locally, forming their own grottos and seeking church recognition. Since we didn't provide a forum for group activities, they were doing it anyway, sometimes badly. Anton acknowledged it was fine for dedicated members to have this opportunity. But if they expected recognition from us, we would have to provide them with guidelines based on the administration's long years of experience. That way, we could have some degree of protection in case loonies gathered in the woods, sacrificed cats, and performed illegal acts in the name of Satan. We would also be able to encourage our best members to apply their potent energies toward common goals and to experience well-orchestrated rituals with like-minded individuals if they wished. So, with this in mind, in 1995, LaVey decided to revive the grotto system, along with the Church of Satan newsletter, The Cloven Hoof. These key outlets would provide guidance, inspiration, and information to those hungry for satanic theory and practice, and attention to those worthy of recognition. We spoke at length about the best methods for handling our growing international membership, for organizing grottos, and I codified what Anton decided in an internal book called The Church of Satan, Grotto Master's Handbook. Our first issue of the revived Cloven Hoof, which had been suspended for 7 years, contained articles, artistically altered ads, reviews, and limericks. The opening editorial declared, "Our focus will be a blend of sex and sarcasm, literacy and libido, to outrage and inflame." The sweeping changes were enthusiastically received by the ruling Council of Nine, as well as by dedicated members longing for contact with other Satanists. There was a sense of rejuvenation and refocusing for LaVey on many levels. His indomitable spirit prevailed, sending ripples of renewal and rebirth throughout the web of iconoclasts he'd nurtured most of his life. Carla LaVey's life took an interesting turn as well. Though she'd been living comfortably in the nearby town of Tiburon, across the bay, her situation changed, and she needed to move back into the Black House. Her father, of course, welcomed her presence back into his life. By Halloween of that year, Carla had moved in, and LaVey continued to write and record more than ever before. Though the spirit was willing, the flesh became increasingly weak. Anton had always enjoyed going out to dinner. We regularly visited the best restaurants from Santa Rosa to Half Moon Bay. But his heart condition caused his stamina to wane. We went out less and less. Fortunately, most of our favorite restaurants delivered. We met with friends in the Black House, and LaVey continued to grant selective interviews. His essays were steadily published in the Cloven Hoof and the Black Flame, an excellent satanic magazine that had been in publication for several years, edited by Peter Gilmore. Websites sympathetic to satanic thought emerged every day. Suddenly, there was more information readily available about true Satanism than ever before in history. Grottos sprouted across the country and around the world, with new grotto masters grateful for our guidance and membership referrals. Though the Church of Satan was growing steadily, the changes LaVey implemented were making it easier to weed out the unworthy quickly, allowing us to focus on our most promising members. Because Anton was in increasing pain, outings became rare over the next years. He didn't want to be seen dragging an oxygen tank around or be pushed in a wheelchair. We stayed home, we played with our beloved son, watched invigorating old movies, saw a select few individualists, and spent long hours talking and writing together. For the first time in his life, Anton began exploring fiction. Throughout the years, he'd had many friends who were fiction writers, but he never felt a pull toward that craft himself. Suddenly, the floodgates opened, and he found himself creating an entire small-town universe he called Plottsville. He peopled his world with 48 women, all named, described, and pictured. Photos he had painstakingly modified with Photoshop. Mostly between the ages of 33 and 55. Usually married. Their husbands were merely included in their brief descriptions, almost as necessary window dressing, much like the men downstairs in the den of iniquity. Iris Zabisco, 39, married to Barris Zabisco, salesman at Mattress Mart. Harriet Billings, 41, married to Barney, owner of Barney's Beanery. Many of the town sketches he wrote were in form of newspaper articles, some published in the Cloven Hoof, but he also wrote little scenarios involving the decidedly sordid doings in Plottsville, which were evolving into chapters. Anton was compiling his material into a book he called Taking Out the Trash, Misadventures of Blanche Bierbauer, who sold her body for a tuna sandwich and a foot-long hot dog, by Adolfo Pipcho. In the introduction, LaVey wrote, "This is a saga of life in America, as no literary diversion or historical account has portrayed it. Originally written in 1947, it shows a side of Americana that was hinted at in many forms, but chronicled in none. The stylistic approach is decidedly noir, yet there are elements of the idyllic lampooned to their highest power. Though the fetishistic is painfully obsessive, it is embarrassingly faithful. Many literary forms are amalgamated. Devices abound from the era. Elements of the Shutter pulps are combined with Blondie and Dagwood. Cornell Woolrich meets Nathaniel West, and both join James M. Cain. Only the stag party side of the lodge hall is seen. This is soiled underwear hanging on a Norman Rockwell clothesline, the horrors of war replaced by the ennui of peace. As the organizational workload increased, and both Xerxes and LaVey needed more of my help, Anton invited my father to move to San Francisco to live with us and help me with errands, informational mailings, and other tasks. We'd always had one or two trusted members working as office staff through the years, but the complication of Anton's health meant I could rarely be away from him for more than half an hour at a time. He'd met my dad on several occasions, and, though my father's never characterized himself as a Satanist, he's an atheistic fellow traveler. Dad had been helping me fulfill general information requests and maintain our mailing list long distance since 1990, when my writing and representation responsibilities grew after the publication of this biography. He and Anton had gotten along well, and they both saw I needed help. My father moved in with us in April 1997. The next month, Anton's health began to spiral downward. He was admitted to the hospital because of extreme anemia and was given transfusions. Though allowed to go home after just a few days, his doctors were concerned, not knowing what was causing apparent blood loss. Anton was hospitalized 5 times in the last 6 months of his life, including the night he died. On August 22nd, Carla and I were comforting each other in the waiting room of UCSF Medical Center when her father almost died on the operating table from a severely bleeding colon. After removing it, the surgeon said, though the colon wasn't cancerous, it was twisted and necrotized to such an extent it must have been causing him severe pain for years. I can attest to that. LaVey would sometimes writhe in bed for hours, clutching his .45, yelling and cursing. He said, though suicide can be an indulgence he strongly considered, he wouldn't want Xerxes and me to have to suffer through the aftermath of such violence. He'd seen it too many times as a crime scene photographer and would never want Xerxes to be haunted by those images of his own father. Even through the pain and complications of those last 6 months, Anton managed to give some fine interviews. He spoke at length to Boyd Rice for a second interview, published posthumously. Because of Rice's intimate knowledge of Anton and his deep understanding of satanic philosophy, it is one of the best interviews LaVey ever gave. He also gave an interview to unrepentant agent provocateur Shane Bugbee and his wife Amy for their short-lived MF magazine. Another treasure Anton was able to contribute to was a gilded labor of love written on Dr. Cecil E. Nixon, Isis and Beyond, by the anachronistic Doran Wittelsbach. Both Carla and Anton were able to reminisce about Nixon, a man who so profoundly influenced the high priest. LaVey was still practicing music when his stamina allowed, usually a little every day. We were making plans for a new CD. He was writing more than ever, most often an essay a day, slated for his new collection, Satan Speaks, due out in spring 1998. Stanton LaVey, Anton's grandson, contacted his grandfather soon after he turned 18. He was living with his grandmother, Diane, and wasn't allowed to contact Anton until he reached the age of majority. He was able to spend 1 or 2 precious evenings with his grandfather after being isolated from him since childhood. We continued with business as usual as much as we could, and indulged in cinematic distractions. We favored film noir, of course, and old dark house movies. LeVay had the definitive collection of videotape, acquired over many years. We also watched Key Largo, Johnny O'Clock, The Sea Wolf, The Black Cat, and Rio Rita, as well as a lot of Laurel and Hardy and Charlie Chan films. One night within 2 weeks of the night he died, we were watching a movie called A Double Life with Ronald Colman as an actor whose perception of reality begins to blur. The ending is quite moving, and I began weeping uncontrollably. I'm not prone to sobs, but I really let loose rather unexpectedly. We cuddled on the couch. Anton could only hold me. I whispered to him, "I don't want you to go." He said nothing. Then came October 22nd. Anton had acquired a devil's doctor, a prominent San Francisco surgeon who admired LeVay and made it his business to watchdog the high priest's care, for which Anton was grateful. He came by that Wednesday to sample LeVay's blood and make sure the anemia hadn't returned. He said Anton didn't look well. He was weak, growing depressed, and was having minor blackouts. The surgeon called us later to say he'd gotten the lab results and that Anton would have to go back to the hospital. His blood count was dangerously low again. Neither of us were surprised. We keep coming back to this same bend in the river, don't we? Just like a recurring nightmare you can't wake from, Anton said. He checked into UCSF Med Center yet again, not long after dawn. They insisted he take an endoscopy. The doctors found a small bleeding point in his stomach, cauterized it, and let him go again Saturday. 3 days later, I came home from the post office with birthday gifts for Xerxes. Pants, books, and toys from friends in New York, Sweden, and elsewhere. We opened them with our boy, planning a real party this year. The night before, Anton had insisted on seeing the gift he'd asked Tony to get Xerxes from him, a shiny red fire truck. I thought it was kind of silly since I'd hidden it away, and Anton was going to see it on Xerxes' birthday in a few days anyway. But I brought it out for Dr. LeVay to see, complete with ladders and flashing lights. He was happy with it. He said every little boy should have a shiny red fire truck. LeVay said he was cold, and his throat hurt when he swallowed. Not surprising. It was autumn in San Francisco. Maybe he was coming down with the flu. We had a friend, Margie Bauer, coming that evening to help with office work. We had a quick bowl of soup, and I went to greet her and get some correspondence done myself. LeVay and Xerxes were watching some Laurel and Hardy shorts they loved to see together. Carla was in her private quarters upstairs, and my dad was downstairs working on mailings as well. As I popped in to check on them during the evening, Anton said he was experiencing pain when he breathed. Could it be we'd have to go back to the hospital again so soon? Maybe pneumonia? We decided to wait until after Marge left at 11 p.m., and if it was still bad, we'd head for the emergency room. Unfortunately, that decision was taken out of our hands. Anton began to walk unsteadily, then lost consciousness sometime just before 11 p.m. I called upstairs to Carla that her father had collapsed and needed her. She ran down and stayed at his side, trying to rouse him, while I called 911 and quickly ushered Marge out to the front gate. She could sense something was wrong, but was too discreet to ask. Before she and her boyfriend got around the corner, they spied the ambulance rushing to our front door. Xerxes also knew something was wrong, and knew the drill all too well. He put his coat on by himself and trotted dutifully downstairs to be with Grandpa. The EMTs didn't take Anton to UCSF this time. They said the cardiac unit at St. Mary's was closer and much better. His surgeon, who met us at the hospital, agreed. Carla and I paced yet again, trying to distract ourselves, reading signs in the lounge and in the still hallways, looking toward the room where the doctors worked, trying to save Anton's life. It didn't seem there was going to be much of a change, so Carla went home about 6 a.m. I tried to catch a nap on an undersized settee in the tiny waiting area. Shortly before 9 a.m. on October 29th, a doctor I'd only glimpsed from down the hallway took me into another little room and told me Anton LaVey was dead. I called Carla and told her to come back to the hospital, that her father was gone. She rushed back, and we spent a few minutes with Anton before they wheeled him away. We went home, numb and exhausted. We decided that, since it was so close to Halloween, that we would keep Anton's death quiet for a few days, so that those who cared about him wouldn't have their holiday tainted, this year at least, with the pain of losing him. It also allowed us time to grieve privately before we had to announce our loss to the world and confront the inevitable decisions, questions, and consequences. Anton had decided and communicated to us some time before that he wanted to be cremated. He liked the idea of hanging around those he loved, if only in the form of ashes in an urn. He much preferred the post-death life at Jeremy Bentham, whose body was preserved intact for years and brought out to sit in on important meetings. But that's illegal in the States, as is burying loved ones in the backyard, which he would have considered appropriate. Beside his beloved pets he'd buried there over the years. Anton didn't want to be buried in a local cemetery. It would be too much of a temptation for fan or foe to dig him up and go joyriding with his corpse or hide him away for decades like Eva Peron. Carla made arrangements for Anton's cremation, and we held a small ceremony right before his body was consumed by the flames. We played his recordings of The Hymn of the Satanic Empire and the funerary theme from the Satanic Mass CD. We invoked the dark gods, asked them to welcome and strengthen their brother in his transformation, and we read a poem by Robert E. Howard called The Men Who Walk with Satan. We waited outside among the tombstones, watching the black smoke drift wraith-like into the clear, sunlit sky. Chapter 22. Aftermath. Carla arranged a press conference to announce the passing of our high priest. I had already made a handful of painful phone calls to key people so they wouldn't have to hear the news on television first. The owners of the Wax Museum on Fisherman's Wharf, longtime friends of the LeVay family, delivered Anton's eerily detailed wax figure to place in the front ritual chamber of the Black House, seen behind us as we spoke to journalists and cameras. We announced that we would continue Dr. LeVay's legacy by acting as co-high priestesses to lead us into the future of Satanism. At the press conference, someone asked if Anton had indeed died on Halloween, as stated on his death certificate. Dr. Miller, the attending physician, hadn't filled out the death certificate until several days after Anton had passed away, and, for some reason, had listed Halloween as his day of death. Carla and I were willing to leave it as a final touch of LeVay mystery, but Zena, later, in all conscientiousness, amended her father's certificate to state he died on October 29th, so no suspicious myths would develop about the date. Zena also came forward to proudly announce she had cursed and killed her father. She came out with a multi-page rant against LeVay, calling into question every detail of his life, and most events contained in this biography. Unfortunately, Zena speaks more from guilt and insecurity than from fact. I was with her father long enough to properly research and substantiate everything that went into this book, and interviewed people who were with LeVay during different points in his life, who graciously provided first-hand testimonies and documents to back up what I wrote. Zena waited until 3 months after he died to publish her attacks, never giving Anton a chance to address these issues himself. Both Diane and Zena also made claims of physical and emotional abuse, as well as the even more absurd accusation of animal abuse. I know these accusations are false. Abusive people can't just turn off their habits for 13 years. Anton never hurt me, Xerxes, or any animal. I wouldn't have stayed with him if he had. I've had to deal with truly abusive people within my own extended family and would have reacted, probably overreacted, if I had sensed any threat of abuse. Anton was a dominant, compelling man of strong opinions and conviction, which he expressed with gusto. Diane and Zena might have found his opinions restrictive or even judgmental, but had their own legal or social reasons for extending that into accusations of abuse. I can only speak from my own experience. Abusers develop habits of physically threatening those under their control. It's a knee-jerk reaction. They don't have to think about it and can seldom control it. We certainly argued from time to time, as any couple will, but I never once felt physically threatened. Soon after the press conference, Carla and I presented LeVay's will to Anton's attorney so he could file it with the proper authorities. But I began to sense Carla was pushing me away. I had ad-libbed her position of co-high priestess in the first place, even though the bylaws of the corporation clearly stated that the church was to be led by the high priestess after the high priest's death, even though she'd never been very involved in day-to-day office activities. I wanted to include her since she said she wanted to become more a part of things now that her father had died. After Carla came back into our lives, LeVay pointedly said he would depend on Carla and me to keep things going, and to preserve his collections after he was gone. I hoped Carla would rise to the occasion and help me provide stability to the church at a time when our membership needed it the most. I explained the basic structure and workings of our organization and gave her some minimal assignments. But when it took months for her to review a handful of paperwork I gave her, I realized she wasn't in the habit of prioritizing the Church of Satan in her life. A well-intentioned alliance quickly evaporated. In March 1998, Carla made her intentions clear. She filed papers in court to challenge Anton's will, accusing me of manipulating and threatening her weakened father into signing the will in the first place. She claimed he'd been in a coma, which he never had been, and that he was under heavy medication when he wrote the will. He wrote it at our kitchen table after he was released from the hospital. But as Carla had chosen to be out of our lives during that period, roughly from April 1993 until October 1995, she had no way of clearly knowing what her father had been through at that time. She knew what her father's intentions had been since they were right in front of her in his own handwriting. She just chose to ignore them. In challenging the will, Carla created a situation that made both the Church of Satan and her father's estate vulnerable to attack. If I'd been appointed executor, I would have carried out LeVay's wishes and divided his property and steady royalty income equitably between Carla and Xerxes, leaving Xena out in the cold where she belonged, after betraying and abandoning her father as she did. But, instead, Carla actually aligned herself with Xena, and even Diane, against me. They tore into me in court and provided encouragement to factional shit disturbers on the internet. Rumblings of discontent and plans for new, competing organizations sprang up on e-lists and message boards. A few would-be satanic poobahs emerged, emboldened by the rift between Carla and me. The girls, as I came to call them, treated me like the Scarlet Woman, instead of his father's loyal helpmate, and Xerxes like the bastard child they'd rather ignore completely. We got little justice from the probate court. The painful hearings and faxed negotiations dragged on for months. On July 22nd, we got more distressing news. Grosvenor, Don Werby's company that now owns the Black House, served me with an eviction notice. Werby had had a stroke some months before LeVay died, and Don no longer held authority within his own company. We would have to vacate the property by the end of August. Since no one had yet been appointed executor of LeVay's estate, we were legally prevented from removing anything from the house. I felt that the best tactic would be to hold firm and not move. In the face of eviction, the probate court would be forced to make a decision who would be appointed. The responsibilities of removing, sorting, and storing the mountains of collectibles and antiques Dr. LeVay had acquired over the 41 years the high priest lived in his beloved Black House. I also held out a slim hope of saving the treasured Victorian, and felt we had a better chance if we refused to be evicted. In June, I'd sent out letters to our membership explaining the impending eviction, and that we should try to raise enough money to buy the house in order to prevent its destruction. The house was well over 100 years old and in dire need of repairs. If Grosvenor got us out of the way, there would be no reason not to tear down the grand old lady and put up some cash-generating condominiums on that prime real estate. The outpouring to save the Black House, though generous, just couldn't match the high price tag Grosvenor set on the property. What money I raised for the Black House was eventually returned to the donors. At that point, toward the end of July, I wanted to stay put and act as an immovable force for the probate court and in defiance of Grosvenor until something was decided and things could proceed in an orderly fashion. I thought Zena and Carla would have enough sense to see that that was the best strategy. But their greed got in the way. We had agreed, through our attorneys, that the girls would meet me at the Black House, where Xerxes and I were still living, on the morning of August 22nd, 1998. It was exactly 1 year to the day after Anton had almost died on the operating table, when Carla and I comforted and reassured him, and each other, before his surgery. Even though no one was yet appointed executor, we agreed to remove a few precious priority items from the house in case Grosvenor tried to lock us out at the end of the month. We agreed ahead of time it would maybe be a dozen irreplaceable items. What happened that morning was an obscene rape of the Black House. Carla and Zena showed up with a couple of dozen friends and at least 2 large trucks. They swept over the house like locusts, boxing books, carting out furniture and guns, taking clothes out of the closets, paintings off the walls, and piling them in the paved area in front of the house. While Zena and her husband kept me busy videotaping and pretending to inventory the front ritual chamber in the kitchen, Carla and her crew ran upstairs and down, stripping the contents of the house as quickly as possible. Along with LeVay's collections went some of my jewelry and clothes, Xerxes' baby clothes and stuffed animals, including one precious black leopard his father had given him as a special gift. Nothing was cataloged. Nothing was inventoried. By the time I realized what was happening, I faced a tough decision. I could have called the cops and had them all chased away. They were, by all rights, stealing Dr. LeVay's property from my home. Zena and Carla's attorneys had made certain I knew I had no authority to remove any items from the Black House until the executor was appointed. Since I was the one living there, they'd already sent me legal notices accusing me of taking things out of the house and threatening action against me. Yet here were the girls and company, carting out everything that wasn't nailed down. Eventually, the probate court would have to come to a decision, and the personal property would then be equally divided among Carla, Zena, and Xerxes. Why not let Carla and Zena take the property now, if they wanted it so badly, pay storage fees on it until the probate court made a decision? I was hurt, betrayed, seething with anger, but had to keep the wider picture in mind and do my best to serve LeVay's interests as I vowed to do. I also had 4-year-old Xerxes to consider. What he'd been through had been traumatic enough. But now he was trailing behind me through the halls and secret passages of the Black House, watching his whole world being dismantled. People shoving past, laughing, chattering, pawing into intimate items of our lives like they were picking over cheap trinkets at a swap meet. My mind turned to a final scene in the movie Zorba the Greek, in which the old women of the village are sitting on the floor near the bedside of a colorful, wealthy woman, waiting like vultures for her to die so they can strip her room of all her jewelry, dresses, and finery. Neither one of us could stand it anymore. I took Xerxes away so he didn't have to watch what was happening. As we left, we heard the pounding of a sledgehammer in the garage below. Carla's friend was knocking out one wall of the den of iniquity downstairs, so they could move out the pinball machines, Rockola jukebox, Hammond organ, and the artificial human companions Anton had created with such perverse pleasure. When we returned to the house near sunset, we confronted the devastation. Books and broken pieces of 78 records littered the sidewalk. Beds and furniture were overturned. Our living areas were in shambles. And the locusts were still there, boxing up their father's possessions and giggling. They pointedly ignored my presence. Xerxes and I would never be able to sleep there again. I quickly gathered a few clothes, toys, and personal items. We slept in a hotel that night. 2 days later, we came back to get our cat and boa constrictor and headed out of San Francisco. Since Carla and Zena were now squabbling between themselves for executor position, the court finally appointed a public administrator to Anton's estate on October 27, 1998. As far as I can see, the court did nothing to protect the interests of LaVey's only underage dependent. The girls had Anton's personal items stored away and now were threatening my rights to the Church of Satan. They made it clear they had very little interest in the philosophical aspects of Satanism. They just wanted the income and wanted me out. I was running low on financial as well as emotional resources. Carla had successfully broken LaVey's will. I couldn't risk a legal assault on the one aspect of Anton's legacy I felt most responsible for. I was forced to sign away Xerxes' 1/3 share of his father's personal property in order to preserve the Church of Satan. The girls promised, in an agreement on January 5, 1999, to give Xerxes a few items to remember his father by. They begrudgingly agreed he could have the cursed Rasputin sled chair, bed of nails, sandjack pitcher, a large Baphomet sculpture, and an enameled altarpiece that stood on the main altar for decades. To this day, Xerxes has not received one of these items, nor do I expect he ever will. On January 29th, according to the public administrator, someone broke into one of the storage rooms containing LaVey's collections and cleaned it out. When I was finally given an inventory of Anton's personal property years later, not even 1/10 of the items of value he had were listed. Zena and Carla, soon after stripping the Black House, sent me a long list of items they claimed I'd stolen. When I explained to their attorneys that they allowed a couple of dozen people unsupervised access to the Black House over several days, that they'd created a situation by which the house could no longer be secured, and that, because of their hasty actions, they'd rendered the house unlivable, so I could no longer guard and secure the items in question, that anyone could have stolen whatever they wanted from the house. They didn't bring up the items again. The legal wrangling didn't end there. Diane wasn't to be overlooked. She set her sights on another slice of LaVey's income now that he was dead. For years, she had claimed that she wrote the Satanic Bible and had encouraged Zena and eventually Carla to step up and take over the Church of Satan. Out of respect for her help in the early days of the organization and for help typing and organizing the Satanic Bible, Anton had been giving Diane 10% of the royalties on the book. But those were to stop when he died. Yet there I was in the summer of 2000, sitting in a San Francisco courtroom, listening to Diane explain why she deserved to receive 10% royalties on all Anton LaVey's books and recordings from 1993 until 2000, and that the 10% should continue in perpetuity. She was apparently most upset with Carla now because her stepdaughter had led her to believe Diane didn't need to file any legal demands, that Carla would take care of all the royalties due her. Diane's case was summarily dismissed. The court session was my first opportunity to see Carla since we left San Francisco. She looked shaky and drawn. Her grandmother had died in the intervening years. She pulled me aside when we were discussing Diane's ridiculous claims in the hallway outside the courtroom with our attorneys, where most legal deals are really made. She said she was sorry everything worked out the way it did. I replied it was too bad that she had aligned herself with the wrong people. I know that now, she said, as I turned to go back into the courtroom. She's never attempted to communicate with me since that day. Anton LaVey's death didn't affect his book sales. Satan Speaks was on the bookshelves in 1998 as scheduled, with a striking cover by Coop and a foreword by Merry agitator Marilyn Manson. We met Manson in 1994, and Xerxes would entertain Marilyn by standing at the edge of his playpen, waving his arms about, and making lecturing noises, as if he were Hitler giving a rousing speech to the faithful. Marilyn had a wicked-looking talon ring that fascinated Xerxes. It was eventually confiscated by Canadian border guards. Anton felt a kinship for Manson as soon as they met. Despite his brash stage persona, Marilyn was quiet with us, a well-spoken romantic soul. He told us his stage experiences were real rituals for him, where he was able to exercise all of the base and wicked passions that surged within. Anton appreciated Marilyn's blend of carny color and hype with outrageous sexuality. He saw what Manson delighted in being, a twisted blend of Willy Wonka and the spider-like child stealer from Chitty Chitty Bang Bang. Marilyn would call Anton often for advice on various things he was considering for his music and shows, or just to touch base. When he found out LaVey didn't yet have a John Wayne Gacy painting, as all avant-garde types had in those days, he gave Anton a Gacy painting of Elvis. He signed it on the back and remarked that it seemed more appropriate than the Gacy clowns and dwarves. This was one icon giving another icon a painting of yet another pop icon painted by a notorious mass murderer. Marilyn called me after he saw the news about Anton's passing and was genuinely sad to lose a man who had been such a strong father figure for him. His introduction to Satan Speaks expressed his admiration for LaVey as the most righteous man I'd ever known. Another book published after LaVey died, Lords of Chaos, quoted Anton extensively on the phenomenon of satanic metal music, focusing especially on the bloody events certain Scandinavian rockers carried out. In Michael Moynihan and Dietrich Soderling's book, LaVey was able to give his most complete comments about rock music, as well as discussing his music, his ideas on ritual magic and the future of Satanism. Responding to the question, what is your response to black metal types who would accuse you of forsaking any real occultism or black magic in your philosophy of Satanism? In Moynihan's book, LaVey answered, "The Church of Satan acknowledges the potential of ritual magic and its practice, but there is also something else beside this. These people obsessed with occultism, who I call occultniks, can't conceive of pragmatism being hand in hand with magic. We're too practical for people who are looking for the key. This is where these types are missing the boat. There's no rationalism, no grounding. We are the ones wielding the power. Satan has become the ruler of the earth. Our image of Satan demands not worship, but skepticism and rational inquiry. In our personal practice of Satanism, there is no limit to the supernatural you can put into it. Some can consider their performance on stage a ritual, a very powerful one, for whatever purpose. I advocate that. An emotionally charged rock concert performed by dedicated Satanists is today's rally, ritual, and call to arms. Gavin Baddeley's book, Lucifer Rising, took some time to find a proper publisher and was finally released in 1999. Mr. Baddeley originally approached us with the idea years earlier, thinking it would be great to do a book on satanic black metal music, since that was his main writing focus at the time. But as he dove into the research, the book became much more comprehensive than that, evolving into a rich, sweeping history of contemporary Satanism, with extensive valuable quotes from LaVey. Says Baddeley, Satanists will continue to play with spiritual nitroglycerin while taking responsibility for our own actions and insisting that others accept responsibility for theirs. In embracing perennial Christian taboos, rejecting both the tradition of scapegoating and the victim culture, we intend to prevent present-day idiocies from dragging the next millennium into another miserable dark age. If a new satanic age is born, it will be born from the ideas of curiosity, independence, and pleasure. From a satanic perspective, there's room for optimism. The devil is winning. A comprehensive but flawed book on the subject is Satanism Today by James R. Lewis, which was released in January of 2002. It was written for library reference sections across the country and tries to cover the subject as fully as possible, including every little internet satanic group, whether they truly are or not, but does include extensive quotes from and about Anton LaVey. He acknowledges LaVey as the defining figure in modern Satanism, accurately explores many aspects of the philosophy, and succeeds in debunking the myths of satanic abuse that were taken as matter of course in the early 1990s. In 2006, J.C. Hallman wrote, "The Devil is a Gentleman." He respectfully requested and was granted a couple of interviews for his book, not only with myself, but also with Xerxes, whom he highlighted in his book. Gavin Baddeley published Goth Chic, A Connoisseur's Guide to Dark Culture, also in 2006, a valuable handbook on the subject, noting LaVey's extensive influence in this realm. In addition, there have been a few fine small press satanic books published over these past few years, most notably The Fire from Within, Nemo on Satanism, Bearing the Devil's Mark by Matt Paradise, and Corvus Nocturnum's Embracing the Darkness, all reflecting authentic satanic thought, with more books and publications adding to Satanists' already groaning bookshelves all the time. I did my best to act as worthy caretaker of the two legacies that were left in my hands: Anton's church and his son. I published a black-bordered issue of the Cloven Hoof in late 1998, containing a range of reflections on LaVey's influence. The Black Flame, and not like most, produced similar issues with equally touching essays. In my Cloven Hoof article, I wrote, "It would be easy for us to reduce Dr. LaVey, now that he's gone, to a sort of satanic saint, to concentrate on how much he's given us, to paint a black nimbus over his head and use his image as our Jesus Christ. But he was a much richer man than that. It would be doing him a disservice to narrow him, and thereby to limit his philosophy, as his enemies would want him to be narrowed. For those who became close to him, he created a vortex, a magical realm where everything is fraught with import. The very atmosphere became thick and heady with mystical possibility and subtext when in his presence. He had an incredible memory, a quick wit, an agile, complex mind. And he created a religion that was a reflection of his own dramatic, multifarious nature, reconciling apparent irreconcilables. His smuttiness and perversity were just as integral as the capes and shadows, spurred by a resentment of complacent humans and a conviction that they needed to be offended and slapped across the face before they'll think. His sense of black humor and ironic disdain for the human condition was what he saw in the romantic antihero, Satan, and what he found lacking in all occult systems he explored before founding the Church of Satan. Though I felt comfortable in my role as High Priestess and was welcomed and encouraged by those within the organization that mattered most to me, my productivity began to flag. Memberships were filled more slowly, grotto masters received less attention, writing projects bogged down to a standstill. I can't say whether I became depressed because I wasn't working, or I worked less because I was growing depressed. I know Anton's death had struck me right to my core. I couldn't listen to his music. I couldn't watch films we'd watched together without breaking into desperate, unstoppable tears. I'm not prone to maudlin self-pity. That's why my lack of productivity distressed me even more. Though I never crawled inside a bottle or subjected myself to psychiatric counseling, every day felt as if I was pushing a car uphill with the brakes on. Xerxes needed more help with formal homeschooling as he grew older, and I came to the uncomfortable conclusion it was unrealistic for me to handle the day-to-day functioning of the ever-growing church, as well as take care of and teach my child and pursue my own personal projects. Fortunately, in due diabolical fashion, others within the Church of Satan were moving forward to take up the slack. There were many LaVey-appointed officials, members, and sympathizers who rose up to defend and further define the organization through their websites, their magazines, and their productivity. Though we were all grieving in our own ways, the church remained strong, bolstered by the quality of members who continued to be attracted to Anton LaVey's philosophy. Two officials in particular, who had been close to Dr. LaVey and me for many years, began to shoulder more responsibilities as my energy waned. Peter Gilmore had been a Satanist since childhood, joined the church when he felt he'd have a bit more to contribute, and over the years received due recognition from Dr. LaVey for his abilities in musical composition, writing, art, and achievements in both lesser and greater magic. When the time was right, Peter designed and maintained the Church of Satan website. Peggy Nadramia, Peter's wife, was our first online representative. She, too, had become an avowed Satanist at an early age, enchanting and enlightening schoolmates and co-workers as her magic matured. Gilmore and Nadramia already published the well-written satanic magazine, The Black Flame, and the award-winning horror fiction quarterly grew. As the internet heated up, they addressed challenges and general inquiries deftly, meshing seamlessly with LaVey's opinions and tactics. By 1997, the satanic couple had become our de facto media coordinators. After Anton passed away, Peter and Peggy became my staunchest defenders. Through their actions, they proved their understanding of the totality of Anton LaVey's ideas, as well as their unswerving loyalty. When I fully realized I needed to strengthen the church by distributing assignments and authority, there was no question who would be granted certain leadership positions. On Walpurgisnacht, 2001, I appointed Peter H. Gilmore as the new high priest, and the Church of Satan headquarters moved to New York. I wrote in our website announcement, Anton LaVey was an original. No one will ever replace him. But he never wanted his personality to overshadow the philosophy he devised and defended. He wouldn't want us to leave the role of high priest indefinitely sacrosanct out of misguided respect for him. He wanted the Church of Satan to grow stronger, to evolve, to remain a gathering place for eccentrics and an inspiration to outrageous genius. The following Walpurgisnacht in 2002, I completed the circle by appointing Peggy Nadramia to the position of High Priestess. As I wrote then, High Priestess Nadramia doesn't suffer fools well. She elegantly blends a gracious heart with an iron fist, and has been applying both in her many years of online and in-person interaction with members and media. Together, High Priest Gilmore and High Priestess Nadramia have generated potent magical energy between them as husband and wife, and will now be able to apply that same balance, cooperation, and vitality to the Church of Satan. I have never faltered in my dedication to satanic principles, nor to LaVey's organization. But after contributing my time, resources, and talents to the Church of Satan for 18 years, I feel confident I've had a positive, lasting influence. Gilmore and Nadramia are media savvy, satanically astute, and technologically adept. I have seen the beginnings of what they will create now, that they can roll their sleeves up, and with the support of local adherents worldwide, apply new methods to ancient goals. Peggy's writing skills were showcased in the re-release of The Satanic Witch in 2003, for which she penned an excellent new introduction. Peter wrote an updated introduction to the Satanic Bible, and in 2007 we were finally treated to a fine collection of High Priest Gilmore's musings and rants when the Satanic Scriptures was released. In my introduction, I wrote of Gilmore, Peter has both the best and worst job in the world. On the one hand, he has the satisfaction of contributing substantially every day to a philosophy that he has held deep allegiance to since he was 13 years old. On the other hand, he's following in the footsteps of the founder of our religion. Gilmore and Nadramia have already faced many challenges to the church and have handled each and every one with poise and confidence. In celebration of the infernal date 666, Peter presided over the largest public satanic ritual yet recorded. Organized by members of the Church of Satan hierarchy, we brought together diabolists from around the globe, creating an overwhelming sensual experience. One could almost smell the sulfur and brimstone in the air. I'm grateful I made the decision when I did. Nadramia and Gilmore's leadership inspires me. They have allowed the Church of Satan to blossom in ways I couldn't at the time, and I look forward to all of our accomplishments over the next few years. It has been 17 years since Anton LaVey's passing. One might well ask, how has the church changed so far? I would have to answer, not much. Unlike a cult, Satanism's vitality isn't dependent on the charismatic presence of our founder. Because of certain technological advances, the internet most obviously, there is more interaction among members, electronically and face-to-face. We are developing relationships based on mutual interests beyond Satanism, photography, martial arts, economics, politics, horse jumping, hot cuisine, and cocktails. Because the web, chat rooms, and social media are such ready forums, we've done a lot of weeding out, so much as LaVey himself did in the early 1970s. The Church of Satan has become much closer to the original magical circle that it has been in a long time. Following LaVey's ideal of a mutual admiration society and haven for eccentric explorers along the darker paths. The internet has also allowed many who would have been too timid to go into a bookstore and ask for the dreaded black book the opportunity to read all they can about Satanism and the Church of Satan from several dozen well-chosen websites in the safety of and comfort of their own bedrooms. Many who used to publish excellent satanic newsletters now maintain excellent diabolical websites. The sincere inquirer also has to slog through the muck of misinformation from several equally accessible websites. But that is in keeping with satanic magical principles. The left-hand path is indeed a confusing, challenging, and lonely one at times. If the initiate, after thorough research and cogitation, finally decides to align with the authentic Church of Satan, it guarantees he or she already has developed a fairly good bullshit detector. The grand old Victorian, which was a mecca to the demonically inclined worldwide, was torn down in October of 2001. Though offers of up to $750,000 were made for the house, Gros Venor seemed determined to tear it down and replace it with a more profitable property. The apartments now built on that space no doubt have a frightening atmosphere. The high priest declared that the roots of his house went all the way to hell. I'm certain the people who live there must have some stories. As for our personal affairs, though the public administrator's office was supposed to be through with LaVey's estate, the last court date, appropriately, October 31st, 2001, I didn't receive any dispersal check for Xerxes until late March 2002. Over the course of the 4.5 years the case took for resolution, LaVey's accrued royalties grew to $270,735, which should have been divided among his 3 heirs. After the public administrator deducted his fees, Xerxes received a meager check for $1,859.19. Xerxes has grown into a young man I know his father would be proud of. For the first few years after his dad's death, every birthday wish and wish upon a star was, I wish my daddy was still alive. I knew things were healing within him when he was 7 and his birthday wish was for a particularly tempting Lego set. Now 20, Xerxes is known for being talkative, energetic, hardworking, and witty. He's a loyal friend, an excellent student, and is drawn to anthropology, art, and finance. When he was younger, he'd ask me detailed questions about certain firearms or cars, and I'd wish his dad was here to answer him. I had to look it up. Xerxes knows who his father is, but he doesn't remember a lot about those early years, mostly fleeting images and impressions. A voice, a laugh, a drawing his dad did for him, a day at Golden Gate Park feeding the ducks. We included the study of the basics of Satanism in his comparative religion studies, along with Christianity, Judaism, Buddhism, Islam, and others. He's tried on various philosophies as he's grown older and has settled on a firmly atheistic position. He has a questing, forthright mind, tends to be too critical of himself, and is driven to distance himself sometimes from a rather overwhelming legacy. Lately, he has reflected that he truly understands what his father was trying to do, and that it must have been exciting to be at the forefront of the counterculture movement in San Francisco during the 60s and 70s. Throughout his formative years, Xerxes was able to bond with certain satanic males, his grandfather, and certain teachers who have meant a great deal to him and have had a tremendously positive influence on him. I know Anton would be grateful for the care and patience they've showed his son. When I finished this biography in 1990, I painted a portrait of a man destined to live a lonely life without a mate. A man who didn't seem to mind the prospect of loneliness, who knew his philosophy would be raucously championed by generations to come, either above ground or in their private subterranean temples. But life sometimes traces unexpected and delightful patterns. Anton and I experienced passions and pitfalls together. Few couples do. It wasn't a textbook relationship. Of course, over 13 years, we grated on each other from time to time, but those moments were brief and soon forgotten. To live with Anton was to live apart from the world. We didn't watch television. We didn't read many contemporary magazines. I got the news from reading the headlines on the newspapers when I went to the post office. That was all I needed. Instead, we talked for hours into the night. I now have a lifetime to reflect on those conversations. Days before he died, he asked me to make sure the people who wrote to him, expressing their feelings of liberation and admiration, know how much those words meant to him, how they strengthened him to know he was touching the right people. I told him I'd make sure they knew. He sometimes characterized me as his watcher between the worlds. I will continue to savor that role, walking quietly between the shadows and the shimmering starlight, stronger and wiser because of my time with him. He took me to sordid, dank back alleys and elegant San Francisco ballrooms, sometimes within the course of one night. Everything I will experience from now on will be touched by what he taught me and what we shared. I see the world through his eyes now, as well as my own. I am haunted, but have no furies to chase me through the halls of sleep. Have no regrets of things not said, not done. I acted honorably toward the man I loved and toward others involved in his life. We loved each other deeply and completely, and were talking about getting married the week before he died. We said, "I love you," often. I wish he'd been able to see his paintings and touch his childhood violin one last time, as he yearned to. But those regrets belong to others, not me. His daughters were often impatient and condescending toward him. They couldn't be bothered with what he longed to share with them. And when Zena and Carla's lawyers prowled through the Black House, literally tearing into the walls, looking for the precious gold bars and jewels they knew must be hidden there, I knew the treasures had already been safely sequestered. His love, his time, his knowledge. That's what I yearned for in my naive 12-year-old's dreams. That's exactly what I walked away with. Xerxes and I count ourselves very fortunate. To write this additional material for the re-release of this book, I had to move beyond my deep sense of loss, my rage, and my bitterness to find something besides sentimentality and maudlin platitudes. Anton LaVey deserves more than that. I had to regain a sense of balance and perspective within myself, separate from the man I'd admired and twined my life around for so long. I'm happier and more optimistic than I have been in a long time. I'm finding joy in sailing, fencing, playing music, and I'm finally writing again. After 10 years of not dating, I have a wonderful man in my life who challenges, inspires, and adores me. And I have met and continue to meet the most fascinating, resourceful, and invigorating people I've ever encountered through the Church of Satan. For the first few years, my friends made sure I wasn't alone around Halloween and used Xerxes' birthday as an excuse to have us visit them in New York or Texas or Los Angeles and have a grand party. Without the close friends I'd made through the church, I never would have survived the buffeting and turmoil that followed in the wake of Anton's death. Their unflagging caring and loyalty truly humbled me. I will continue in a leadership role within the organization, serving on the Council of Nine, and I will continue to instruct and explore as I have for the past 35 years. Satanism, like any valuable philosophy, is one that constantly reveals itself anew to us, as we change, grow, and approach it freshly yet again. Because of the complexity of the left-hand path, even after all these years as a Satanist, I am intrigued by the permutations I create and discover, hypnotized by the siren song of my own relentless demons. For us, this is the only way to guide our lives, through those twilight whispers from our own condemned, selfish souls. Though the past 17 years without Anton have been difficult, and the pain of his death was wrenching, I would not alter one moment since 1984. What I learned from him and experienced with him was well worth the tormenting aftermath. I am more determined now than ever that the secrets he entrusted to me, the madness and the passion we explored, will not be wasted. He told me many secrets, pragmatic and enigmatic. I will apply those techniques and occult knowledge towards the betterment of his lasting legacies. Anton LaVey had no regrets. His satanic conviction only grew stronger with age. There was no deathbed repentance for his hell-bent soul. He lived his life exactly as he wished, right until the very end. He was never confined to a wheelchair or had to be under anyone's care for feeding, bathing, or clothing him. He'd written what he'd wanted, even if he'd never gotten around to his memoirs or his book of comic satanic parables. He played the music he wanted to. He had the worldwide recognition from the people who counted. If his was not a household name, he was certainly a major influence on the underground movers and shakers, which was exactly what he wanted to be. He'd weathered the buffeting of the satanic panic and personal betrayal that would have devastated a lesser man. His only wish was that he could stick around to be with his son, to teach him and see him mature. Sometimes he wanted to be his son. He'd sit beside him as he slept, transferring his consciousness into Xerxes' sleeping form. When Xerxes showed a certain interest or uses a particular turn of phrase, I think the high priest might have succeeded. In the essay titled, When I Died, LaVey concluded that after he died, he'd like to see the future, visit with his past friends, torture his enemies, and haunt certain places. Perhaps there's a Valhalla where his music and tales are echoing still, blending with the sweet sounds of torment. What he is now becoming will be part of each of us. An exotic blend of mystic, half-understood languages and half-remembered blood myths. Not what he was, but the sum of all our dreams of who he was, blended with who we believe/want him to be. The purest of dream formations. He has, and will continue to, transmute into the truest gold through the minds he has created. Anton LaVey will live and wander the earth among us forever. A satyr, a coyote, a Dracula, a rhythm on the wind, a pounding of the blood, a tickling in the brain, a rustle of black velvet cloak, the rising swirl of incense in a cold, black ritual room. Blanche Barton, Magistra Templa Rex. LaVey Glossary of Terms. Artificial human companions. The next major industry in America. Humans designed for personal, sexual, and emotionally gratifying use by a mass market audience. Autoerotic agitation tumblers. Enclosures, inside of which a person can be harmlessly tossed and spun, thus releasing excess energy and relaxing tensions resulting from pent-up sexual impulses. Black Mass. This ritual, as employed by the Church of Satan, is performed to blaspheme and free the participants from the hold of anything widely accepted as sacred, not just organized religion, as in the traditional Black Mass, which is meant to be a blasphemy against Catholicism. The Command to Look. The title of a photographic treatise by William Mortensen, published in 1937. Also the methods used in lesser magic to enchant your chosen quarry by using certain techniques to arrest their gaze, commanding attention and compliance. Council of Nine is the ruling body of the Church of Satan. Cui bono, Latin for who gains, what's in it for whom. The assumption being that no one does anything except that which is in his/her best interest. Demonic personality. The type of person directly opposite you on the synthesizer clock, a type you are most likely to attract and be attracted to. Dominant mass, hulking visual, and therefore magical power, which overwhelms and eclipses all surrounding elements. ECI, erotic or emotional crystallization inertia, the point in time and experience in which a person's emotional/sexual fetishes are established. Frustration music. Music that is often frenetic and/or dissonant, lacking in song form and resolution. Greater magic. Ceremonial or ritual magic, performed under specific conditions with certain implements to achieve a directed goal, as opposed to lesser or stage magic. Ayan-Kite syndrome. The acronym stands for I never knew that, used to describe the pose of ignorance regarding certain skills or talents which go unnoticed and unacknowledged until faced with overwhelming exposure. Is, not does. The preeminence of dramatic, timeless, archetypically sound imagery over action for visual impact, distilled from the command to look. KISS, not the rock group, but rather, keep it simple, stupid. A useful datum with wide application. Law of invisibility. A trick of the brain that allows for something or someone to be overlooked, regardless of visual cues, if the viewer doesn't expect to see such a thing in that particular setting. Law of the forbidden. That which is not meant to be seen or experienced holds the most fascination. Law of the trapezoid. A recurring magical formation, looking like a pyramid with the top chopped off, called the frustrum, which, because of its inherent dominant mass, acts as a lodestone for overwhelming, sometimes devastating phenomena. LaVey wrote in 1976, angles and space planes that provoke anxiety, that is, those not harmonious with the visual orientation, will engender aberrant behavior, translate, change. Lesser magic. Applied psychology and everyday enchantments used to achieve desired goals. Lex Satanicus. Law of the Satanist, as described in the 11 Rules of the Earth, inclusive of Lex Talionis, and do unto others as they do unto you. Lex Talionis, law of the jungle, literally law of the talon, the natural order in which the weak are allowed to perish, the strong thrive, described in Judeo-Christian Old Testament mythology as an eye for an eye, described by Charles Darwin as survival of the fittest, on which he based his theories of evolution, to accomplishing magical goals. Suspend disbelief. A willingness to temporarily set aside expectations in order to establish more conducive atmosphere for magical experimentation. Synthesizer clock. A method of typing people defined in LaVey's Satanic Witch. According to their position on the clock, i.e., a 9 o'clock type, 3 o'clock type, a person can be identified as having certain personality traits which match their physical appearance. Total environments. Privately owned, operated, and controlled environments designed to replicate a particular place or time in history, with all participants or visitors conforming to strictly enforced visual and behavioral illusions characteristic of that world. Transmogrification. To change in physical shape and appearance, either through one's own endeavors or through the influence of another powerful magician. Song. A set of archetypal vibrations and resonances that, since the primal beginnings of music, produce overt, often dormant, emotional responses: excitement, sorrow, despair, enthusiasm, etc. Whipping music. Music in which the beat is heard/felt above lyricism or melody, replicating the incessant, hypnotic drum beats once used to drive galley slaves to power Viking ships. The 9 Satanic Statements. 1. Satan represents indulgence instead of abstinence. 2. Satan represents vital existence instead of spiritual pipe dreams. 3. Satan represents undefiled wisdom instead of hypocritical self-deceit. 4. Satan represents kindness to those who deserve it instead of love wasted on ingrates. 5. Satan represents vengeance instead of turning the other cheek. 6. Satan represents responsibility to the responsible instead of concern for psychic vampires. 7. Satan represents man as just another animal, sometimes better, more often worse, than those that walk on all fours, who, because of his divine spiritual and intellectual development, has become the most vicious animal of all. 8. Satan represents all of the so-called sins, as they all lead to physical, mental, or emotional gratification. And 9. Satan has been the best friend the church has ever had, as he has kept it in business all these years. The 11 Satanic Rules of the Earth. 1. Do not give opinions or advice unless you are asked. 2. Do not tell your troubles to others unless you are sure they want to hear them. 3. When in another's lair, show him respect, or else do not go there. 4. If a guest in your lair annoys you, treat him cruelly and without mercy. 5. Do not make sexual advances unless you are given the mating signal. 6. Do not take that which does not belong to you unless it is a burden to the other person and he cries out to be relieved. 7. Acknowledge the power of magic if you have employed it successfully to obtain your desires. If you deny the power of magic after having called upon it with success, you will lose all you have obtained. 8. Do not complain about anything to which you need not subject yourself. 9. Do not harm little children. 10. Do not kill non-human animals unless attacked or for your food. And 11. When walking in open territory, bother no one. If someone bothers you, ask him to stop. If he does not stop, destroy him. The 9 Satanic Sins. For years, people have asked Church of Satan representatives, well, okay, your philosophy is based on indulgence of human instincts, but do you have any sins like other religions? Our answer has always been no. But the time has come to amend that response. We have grown steadily over the past 21 years and find that it is appropriate to have some clear guidelines on not only what we strive for, but also what we work to avoid, what we disapprove of. The difference is where other religions develop sins that people can't avoid. We consider a number of things sinful that people could avoid if they worked a little. 1. Stupidity. The top of the list for satanic sins. The cardinal sin of Satanism. It's too bad that stupidity isn't painful. Ignorance is one thing, but our society thrives increasingly on stupidity. It depends on people going along with whatever they are told. The media promotes a cultivated stupidity as a posture that is not only acceptable, but laudable. Satanists must learn to see through the tricks and cannot afford to be stupid. 2. Pretentiousness. Empty posturing can be most irritating and isn't applying the cardinal rules of lesser magic. On equal footing with stupidity for what keeps the money in circulation these days. Everyone's made to feel like a big shot whether or not they can come up with the goods. 3. Solipsism. Can be very dangerous for Satanists. Projecting your reactions, responses, and sensibilities onto someone else who is probably far less attuned than you are. It is the mistake of expecting people to give you the same consideration, courtesy, and respect that you naturally give them. They won't. Instead, Satanists must strive to apply the diadem of do unto others as they do unto you. It's work for most of us and requires constant vigilance, lest you slip into a comfortable illusion of everyone being like you. As has been said, certain utopias would be ideal in a nation of philosophers, but unfortunately, or perhaps fortunately from a Machiavellian viewpoint, we are far from that point. 4. Self-deceit. It's in the 9 satanic statements, but deserves to be repeated here. Another cardinal sin. We must not pay homage to any of these sacred cows presented to us, including the roles we are expected to play ourselves. The only time self-deceit should be entered into is when it's fun and with awareness. But then, it's not self-deceit. 5. Herd conformity. That's obvious from a satanic stance. It's all right to conform to a person's wishes if it ultimately benefits you. But only fools follow along with the herd, letting an impersonal entity to dictate to you. The key is to choose a master wisely, instead of being enslaved by the whims of the many. 6. Lack of perspective. Again, this one can lead to a lot of pain for a Satanist. You must never lose sight of who and what you are, and what a threat you can be by your very existence. We are making history right now, every day. Always keep the wider historical and social picture in mind. That is an important key to both lesser and greater magic. See the patterns and fit things together as you want the pieces to fall into place. Do not be swayed by herd constraints. Know that you are working on another level entirely from the rest of the world. 7. Forgetfulness of past orthodoxies. Be aware that this is one of the keys to brainwashing people into accepting something as new and different, when in reality it's something that was once widely accepted but is now presented in a new package. We are expected to rave about the genius of the creator and forget the original. This makes for a disposable society. 8. Counterproductive pride. The first word is important. Pride is great up to the point you begin to throw out the baby with the bathwater. The rule of Satanism is, if it works for you, great. When it stops working for you, when you've painted yourself into a corner and the only way out is to say, I'm sorry, I made a mistake. I wish we could compromise somehow. Then do it. And 9. Lack of aesthetics. This is the physical application of the balance factor. It is important in lesser magic and should be cultivated. It is obvious that no one can collect any money off it most of the time, so it is discouraged in a consumer society. But it is an essential satanic tool and must be applied for magical effectiveness. It's not what's supposed to be pleasing, it's what is. Aesthetics is a highly personal thing, reflective of one's own nature. But there are universally pleasing and harmonious configurations that should not be denied. This is the first doctrinal proclamation in over a decade, and outlines some important rules for satanic practices. It should be understood that this in no way supersedes the 9 satanic statements or the 11 rules of the earth, but is intended to augment these principles even further. The Church of Satan, Cosmic Joy Buzzer. In 1966, the Church of Satan was born. A witch named Sybil leaked on America, and a placental membrane began thickening over the land, which was to be called the occult movement. Sure, there had been those who sent to a Rosicrucian scribe on the back of a magazine cover for the secrets of man's destiny, attending flying saucer conventions, held hands at spiritualists' closed circles, and read their daily horoscopes. Dennis Wheatley was a blighty hack who shuddered, pudding-faced English women to sleep in their flats. A renegade named Seabrook wrote about strange doings among werewolves and lady vampires, and, incidentally, whose asylum was the original Cuckoo's Nest. And 2 guys named Simmons and Mannix chronicled, respectively, the exploits of the wickedest man in the world and the Hellfire Club. One could obtain the 6th and 7th books of Moses and the Albertus Magnus in paper before they were called paperbacks. An old man named Roy Heist made good copies selling mummy's dust to witch doctors. Sure, there was an occult movement before the year 1, a movement like a slumbering wino shifting position in a doorway. No detailed chronology is required to illustrate the events of the past 10 years. Concurrent with the increasingly liberal social climate of the 1960s, many former taboos became relaxed. The dark side displayed itself flagrantly in polite society, and where beatnik poets and bongo drummers had recently flourished, witches and tarot readers held court. To most theologians, only a single entity was responsible for everything, from prophecy to meditation. No matter how innocuous an esoteric act or voluble its practitioner's disclaimer, the devil was to blame. Satan headed more copy concerning the occult than any other teaser. TV movie adaptations of classic Gothic ghost stories were pushed as satanic, despite indignant attempts to differentiate witchcraft from Satanism. The public insisted on lumping them together in a willing and eager suspension of disbelief. Despite Coranderos' murmurings of God-given powers, fundamentalists still denounce them as part of the occult movement and minions of Satan. The lack of imagination and staying power of the occult movement is showing through the veneer of the incompetents who filled its ranks. As the varnish peels away, the occultist's image has become almost as ridiculous as the Bible-thumping evangelists. Now, the Church of Satan could easily become a psychical Ellis Island of refugees and emigres from the occult scene. Displaced persons who have left their covens, 90-day magi weary of pondering the Enochian keys and Crowleyanity, Chasuble queens who couldn't make it in the Catholic Church, woebegone Wiccans who find that the goddess's bosom has run dry, Egyptoids who'd be better off as Shriners or in Laurel and Hardy's Sons of the Desert, pyramid sitters who've gained nothing but claustrophobia, Atlanteans who get seasick, UFOites who've redefined gravitational law but can't chin themselves, witchless wizards, sex-starved witches, destitute diviners, short-sighted psychics, all the growing residue of a phenomenon that, because of its very popularity, had to lose the magic it purported to have. Satan translates to mean opposite, lest the Satanic Bible be forgotten. The essence of Satanism is what tips the balance and starts the pendulum swinging in the other direction. That is why the facts of Satanism are so often harsher than the most gothic melodrama or speculative science horror fiction. This actual harshness is registered in the dismay of some new applicants who had been enmeshed in the waning occult scene. Interest in the Church of Satan has never been greater, but I don't kid myself into thinking it's because people are more enlightened than ever before. Only more disillusioned and/or bored. Nonetheless, I realize that with the decline in the occult movement as a credible identity factor, we have been blessed with an influx of salvageable human potential from the aforementioned categories, as well as non-joiners who had been waiting until the dust settled. Thus, elitism I envisioned in the beginning has materialized fourfold. In 10 years of existence, the Church of Satan has fueled a philosophical counterculture which could have, if unchecked, thrown the baby out with the bathwater. It invoked imaginative permissiveness, rational self-interest, and forced a dying theology into ludicrous last-ditch behavior, witchmobiles, papal pronouncements, etc., or running scared reinterpretation, suddenly keeping up with social changes. It also pumped hordes of creeps up till their newly discovered godheads developed leaks or just plain busted. The ad sections of Fate magazine contain as prolific a source of gifted psychics, institutes of cosmic consciousness, and pushers of awareness as can be found in the contact columns of swingers, tabloids, or underground newspapers. Add the parasitic fringe, the X's who seek recognition as ex-witches, ex-Satanists, ex-horror-sized, or any other wish they could have but couldn't cut it types. Yes, the occult movement has provided countless persons with delusions of adequacy. Why has Satanism succeeded? Because, from our earliest literature through the Satanic Bible, we have made no grandiose promises of infallible enlightenment, and emphasized that each must be his or her own redeemer. That the extent of one's own superiority, if any, is governed by one's human potential. That Satan is a representational concept, accepted by each according to his or her needs. That's the way it was in the beginning. That's the way it is now. We have rejected that which becomes faddish while championing the unfashionable. When the monkey see, monkey do syndrome appears, even on the left-hand path, then we don't. We've utilized the best from the worst and discerned the worst in the best and gained through each. We have defied categorization, confounding labelers, knowing that the one label we bear, Satan, is controversy in itself. And looking back over the decade, it is easy to isolate each phase of our development. It has not only been a rewarding lesson in behavioral psychology, but has inadvertently served as what sociologists refer to as an unfunded research project. The first phase, emergence, crystallized the zeitgeist into reality. Let loose the knowledge of a satanic body politic into a ready but dumbfounded social climate. The second phase, development, saw an organizational and institutional expansion as a result of carefully stimulated exploitation, attracting a variety of human types from which to distill a satanic ideal. The third phase, qualification, provided sufficient elucidation to establish the tenets of contemporary Satanism, contrary to prior or current misinterpretation. The Satanic Bible, Satanic Rituals, and Satanic Witch might have been conveniently overlooked, but were readily obtainable to any who chose to gain knowledge of our doctrine and methodology. An aura of respectability prevailed, often to a point of overcompensation, to counterbalance inaccurate presumptions from the outside world. The fourth phase, control, encouraged dispersion and the Peter principle as means of isolating the ideal evaluated from phase 2. Deinstitutionalism separated the builders from the dwellers, thus filtering and stratifying what began as an initiatory organization or persuasion into a definite social structure. The fifth phase, application, establishes tangible fruition, the beginning of the harvest, so to speak. Techniques, having been developed, can be employed. The myths of the 20th century are recognizable and exploitable as essential stimuli. Human foibles may be viewed with an understanding towards radical embellishment. The Ides of March had spent its madness, and the equinox had produced its climactic. At dusk on the eve of the new satanic age, I immersed my razor in the waters of Zamzam and embarked upon a new role. I sometimes wonder, would things have been any different without the ceremony? Did a ritualistic catalyst help to convince this Puranic devil that his destiny was being properly exercised? Symbolism, ritual, ceremony, totem, and taboo will always exist and develop or wane as conditions dictate. As Satanists, you must perceive such things and, having perceived, select or reject in accordance with your needs. Countercultures invariably wind up as dominant cultures. When the occult, hidden, becomes fashionable, it is no longer a cult. Yet, there will always be a dark side. It is the natural Satanist who will be drawn to the abyss of difference, whether it be abstract or concrete. Those who have tarried these past short years in fixed abstractions can feel the warmth provided by their temporal identities cooling. Frightened, they know not what icons to take up, and are befuddled with devaluated doctrines and constrained by programmed hypotheses. Many will become Satanists who would once have shunned the name. Others will continue to eschew the name, yet survive on the byproducts of Satanism, as they have unwittingly or unadmittedly done in the past. For those who are the lost, the disenfranchised, the bored, the ambivalent, we have prepared a place. The past decade has been gratifying. I thank all of those who have remained loyal to me through the years and given me the feedback any symbolic leader requires. To those of you who are with me in the beginning when the show got on the road, and to you who have since become a part of us in mind, body, or act of just plain orneriness, I'm grateful for your support. Evil is still live spelled backwards. And if evil we be, live we will. Living well is still the best revenge against all adversity. Love, laugh, fancy, create, innovate, reap, and revel, as Satanists, in this best of all worlds, world without end. Remember, The first 99 years are always the toughest. Rege Satanist. How to become a werewolf. The fundamentals of lycanthropic metamorphosis. Their principles and their application. Anyone is a potential werewolf. Under emotional stress, civilized human qualities regress to basic animal reaction, and a threshold of potential physical change is reached. Temperament. People who normally behave in a coarse and boorish manner would be thought to be bordering on an animal state, hence making a complete transition relatively effortless. This is a fallacy, for churls consider themselves as humans, the highest and most noble form of life. They are almost animals all of the time, so they dare not go over the brink, for that would be abhorrent. One who has only risen to the curbstone dares not return to the gutter. Only the higher man can metamorphose, as his ego will allow him to go all the way. He knows he is circumspect and cultured the greater part of his life. So a transition to animalism can be entertained without compunction. Manifestations of this phenomenon are abundant. The most polished individuals become the most degraded when the proper opportunity presents itself. There is no drunk quite so sloppy as a rich drunk. Analogies of such polarities are endless. Drunk as a lord, Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, Count Dracula, Jack London, etc. In virtually every literary, stage, or motion picture treatment, the lycanthrope is in his normal state depicted as a human of warmth, understanding, sensitivity, and intelligence. The three principal emotions of sex, sentiment, and wonder may be considered as triggering mechanisms, as will be shown by the following formula by which one can effect the change from man into beast. Environment. Everyone has at some time or other wandered into an area of such foreboding that it is felt that someone or something is lurking in the shadows, watching, ready to spring and devour. Perhaps it was a deserted house, perhaps a lonely path through the trees, possibly an abandoned quarry. In many cases it is known or discovered that such areas have witnessed death of an unexpected or unusual nature, or perhaps mayhem, rape, or other violence. All actions involving intense or increased production of adrenaline on the part of either victim or perpetrator, lust, terror, aggression, defense, etc., is followed by detumescence in the form of varying degrees of receptivity, shock, total submission, unconsciousness, death, etc. The polarity that such an atmosphere has undergone can be likened to an area where heavy concentrations of electricity have accumulated and discharged repeatedly, thereby recycling the ionization of the atmosphere in a chaotic and disturbing manner. The initial charge and attraction of such an area proceeds from its spatial and geometric pattern. This can be likened to an existing feeding trough to which animals come from miles around and dine on the carcasses of their predecessors. The sadomasochistic dichotomy, with its needs for expression, keeps such an area well stocked with both hunters and hunted, who outwardly fear a situation while at the same time doing all in their power to encourage its occurrence. Preparation. This children's Halloween game gives us the clue to the role change necessary in lycanthropic metamorphosis. Briefly, it is thus. Enter the area you know to be trauma-producing with the fullest intention of being frightened. Allow yourself to be frightened. If necessary, wear articles of clothing conducive to the most submissive or vulnerable image. Accidental victims are thus attired, always. Accidental victims are always thus attired. Get the feel of the place as a victim, allowing yourself to be frightened as much as you can. If you can supplement your fear with a sexually stimulating feeling, so much the better. Allow yourself to virtually shake apart with fear, and if possible, attain an orgasm by whatever means may be necessary, for this will make your subsequent lycanthropic change over easier. After you have released all fear and fled the scene of your terror/ecstasy, go home and ruminate over what you felt. You will soon discover that a sort of magnetic pull will manifest itself, beckoning you to the blighted spot. This uneasy attraction will increase with each succeeding day, ideally bordering on compulsion. When you find yourself unable to resist the temptation to return to your danger spot, repeat the first incident in much the same manner. You will find the second foray into the area even more profound than the first, due to the anxiety and anticipation that has developed over the past days. In the truest sense, you have been performing a ritual of sending forth your energy into a living, breathing environment. That environment, because of continual taxation upon its vitality, acts as a vampire, absorbing energy from those it attracts. Once having attracted, contagiously ensnares your future sustenance. Wilhelm Reich called such areas DOR, indicating a persistent starvation of orgone or enervation of the atmosphere. Such areas are atmospherically hungry and in their barrenness cry out to be fed. All alleged haunted house and terror spots are reinforced by the accumulation of energy supplied them by the anxieties of occupants and anticipation of visitors to return, i.e., the obsessive thoughts of those who have been affected. The second time you enter your chosen area, you may not be able to spend as much time as first, owing to your increased fear and subsequent need to quickly exercise/exorcise it and move yourself. At this point, you are prepared for the metamorphosis. Unless you find the second time a charm and crave to entertain your fears to greater and more ecstatic heights, in which case you either haven't scared yourself enough, or else there is little chance for role change. In other words, before you can become the hunter, you must first have aroused, then exercised a need to be the victim. If you are a habitual victim, it is wise to proceed with caution. Your desire to be frightened and its ensuing manifestations could impel you into a situation whereby you could be severely injured or killed. If, however, you're able to meet your fright needs and exercise them, then go on to the next step. Metamorphosis. Attire yourself in a manner conducive to the change that is to be effected. Legends of berserkers donning the skins of wolves and bears hold substantial meaning, in view of the importance of costume and ritual. Dress in the most stereotyped corny manner, as the second skin that you wear is a potent element in complete transmogrification. This is hermetic or sympathetic magic exemplified, as above, so below. If you wear the mask of a wolf or the skin of a beast, it is preferable it is not genuine, as you can better infuse a facsimile of the chosen animal with your own personality, while drawing from the known attributes of the species represented. The skin or mask will serve as a catalyst, a blueprint, for what you will become as you merge with it. Enter the blighted area with eager anticipation. When you approach the spots where you would have previously been the most frightened, allow yourself to revel in the thought of how terrifying it would be to another if they were to feel the same fear you had felt, plus the added terror with an actual manifestation of an unfamiliar and grotesque creature. In short, it is now your role to contribute to the fearsomeness of the place. The stage has been set, and all necessary components have been activated. You have experienced intense fear. Now it is your turn to manifest intense fearsomeness in the form of bestiality. Allow yourself to slouch, almost dropping on all fours at times. Children are quite proficient in their approximations of animals. Remember when? You've also romped on all fours with a dog or cat, no doubt. Did you ever consider the implications? Sniff the air, savoring it and the smells of the environment in which you can stand. If there are trees around, get close to them, touching them, pawing them, climbing and shaking them. Do everything possible to emulate an animal. If you are in a building, urinate against a wall or on the floor. Remember, wild creatures are not housebroken. Snort, snarl, roar, grunt. Make all the unsavory sounds you want. As you progressively become more imbued with the sensation of being an animal, you will actually feel certain areas of your body responding in a manner alien to the human anatomy. Your legs will become haunches. Your arms will become forelimbs for claws or paws that crave to grasp at the nearest thing. Your countenance will change. Your facial muscles will begin to twitch in bestial grimaces. All of your senses will become more acute. You will feel the need to urinate more frequently. You will become more fascinated with the moon, especially if it is full. If you are indoors, you will seek to explore behind things, into cracks, below boards. You will feel a desire to snuffle into closed areas, burrowing your head and body. If you feel sexual desire, it will be in a rapacious manner, and if you should perceive another person who might not normally appear sexually to you, the nature of your transformation will make up for their lacking attributes. The impulse to attack will be present, but your higher mind must refrain, taking over and holding you in your spot while still allowing you sufficient impetus to release yourself. This is the stage of transformation where control is essential, unless one is with a willing partner who can enter the game as the hunted and revel in their roles. If this is the case, then complete sexual assault can be manifested. If not, sufficient restraint to attain sexual release without an attack upon the victim must be exercised. At the moment of orgasm, a complete and irrevocable encompassing of the animal within must occur, with whatever abandon to this level may ensue. It is at this time that the change will take place, and if one should be unfortunate, or fortunate, enough to witness your metamorphosis, you may be assured they will never forget it. This entire principle, carried out in a ritualistic exercise between precast hunter and hunted, is, of course, the basis of such children's games as hide and seek, where one child revels in being frightened while the other delights in terrifying, often with both roles interchanged within a single episode of the game. As children are often naturally closer to an animal state, so they are well qualified to teach us means by which we might bring ourselves closer. It is the transitional nature of children that makes them ideal teachers. Once your transformation has been effected, remember, the most profound manifestation can only occur after sufficient build-up. Allow yourself to come down, having retreated, if necessary, to a place where you can unconcernedly drop to the ground or floor. If you have done your exercise well, You should, upon returning to your normal state, feel the desire to partake of nourishment. The tremendous buildup and discharge of energy in reaching this state will have consumed a vast amount of calories. So, the obvious epilogue to your ritual and completion of the animal cycle is to eat your fill and go to sleep. Pentagonal Revisionism, a 5-point program. In recent years, we've wasted far too much time explaining that Satanism has nothing to do with kidnapping, drug abuse, child molestation, animal or child sacrifice, or any number of other acts that idiots, hysterics, or opportunists would like to credit us with. Satanism is a life-loving, rational philosophy that millions of people adhere to. Now, we're ready for something that goes quite a few steps beyond just explaining our principles. Every revisionist movement needs a set of goals, guidelines that are clear, concrete, and that will effect significant changes. The following 5-point program reflects attitudes which allow others to describe whether they wish to align themselves with Satanism or not. Each is necessary for satanic change to take place. When asked what we're doing, here's the answer. 1. Stratification. The point on which all the others ultimately rest. There could be no myth of equality for all. It only translates to mediocrity and supports the weak at the expense of the strong. Water must be allowed to seek its own level without interference from apologists for incompetence. No one should be protected from the effects of his own stupidity. 2. Strict taxation of all churches. If churches were taxed for all their income and property, they'd crumble overnight of their own obsolescence, and the national debt would be wiped out as quickly. The productive, the creative, the resourceful should be subsidized. So long as the useless and incompetent are getting paid, they should be heavily taxed. 3. No tolerance for religious beliefs secularized and incorporated into law and order issues. To reestablish lex talionis would require a complete overturning of the present injustice system based on Judeo-Christian ideals, where the victim/defender has been made the criminal. Amnesty should be considered for anyone in prison because of his alleged influence upon the actual perpetrator of the crime. Everyone is influenced in what he or she does. Scapegoating has become a way of life, a means of survival for the unfit. As an extension of the Judeo-Christian cop-out of blaming the devil for everything, Christians can gain leniency, even praise, by placing the blame on a convenient villain. Following the satanic creed of responsibility to the responsible, in a satanic society, everyone must experience the consequences of his own actions, for good or ill. 4. Development and production of artificial human companions. The forbidden industry. An economic godsend which will allow everyone power over someone else. Polite, sophisticated, technologically feasible slavery, and the most profitable industry since TV and the computer. 5. The opportunity for anyone to live within a total environment of his or her choice, with mandatory adherence to the aesthetic and behavioral standards of the same. Privately owned, operated, and controlled environments as an alternative to homogenized and polyglot ones. The freedom to insularize oneself within a social milieu of personal well-being. An opportunity to feel, see, and hear that which is most aesthetically pleasing, without interference from those who would pollute or detract from that option. Hymn of the Satanic Empire, or the Battle, Hymn of the Apocalypse. Drums out of the darkness, listen well. Drums beating like thunder, straight from hell. Trumpets are blaring, the time's come round. Satan is here to claim his ground. Chorus. There's an earth that's green, there's an earth that's free. There's a place for you, and a place for me. But bleeding hearts wouldn't let it be. We don't need them anymore. Let the lions and tigers rip them up. The arena shouts for Christian blood. Let them chew them up and spit them out. We don't need them anymore. Once there was a need for simple minds. Once there was a need to save men's souls. Fools had to be forced to stay in line. Preachers and Bibles could serve those goals. Chorus. With their holy writ and their cardinal sin, they could force their paper demons in. To a cardboard prison, a paper cell. They can't do that anymore. Furies from hell are diving down. Lex Talionis is their cry. Even though tricksters make the law, justice is served by fang and claw. Chorus. With their beaks of steel, see them slash askew. Righteous Christian, Buddhist, Muslim, Jew. They've become a plague, so let's start anew. We don't need them anymore. Drums out of the darkness, listen well. Drums beating like thunder, straight from hell. Rege Satanas, the time's come round. Satan is here to claim his ground. Final chorus. With our morning star from the deepest night, smash the crumbling cross, for might is right. Let the shuffling zombies grope for light, and we'll reign forevermore. Anton Zander LaVey, 11/18 through 19, 1988.